plans are with USDA now.
All right, we're good to go.
We hope to break ground on the gym and then construction next year. And then opening in 24.
Good morning. It's Tuesday,
Good
November
morning.
8th, and welcome to day 2 of the November CSAB meeting. Rita, can I have you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Certainly.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to take attendance really quick. Terry Stoops,
Here.
John Eldridge,
Here.
Bruce Friend,
Here.
Rita Hare,
Here.
Hilda Parlay, Shelley Bowler, here, Cheryl Turner, Todd Godby, Eric Sanchez, Dave Machado,
Here.
Bart Danielson, Jamie Falconberry. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have a quorum.
Very good. Just a reminder that the mission statement of CSAB is that the Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the advisory board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of a conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Stoops.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I wanted to let everyone know that I informed the Lieutenant Governor's office that I am resigning from the Charter School Advisory Board, and due to my new position here at the Department of Public Instruction, working in the Office of the State Superintendent, he promised, and I begged, that he would have a replacement ready for the December meeting, given the importance of that meeting and every meeting during this time of the year. I think it is important to have someone in my place. I wanted to thank everyone for just a tremendous experience. It's unfortunate that I have to resign because I've enjoyed this so much. And I'll tell you who I'm really in awe of: those who operate a school, manage a school, lead a school, and do all of this work, because it's a tremendous amount of work. Massive applications, 2-day, full-day meetings, and it's just a labor of love. And so I really do appreciate the work of everyone on CSAB and everyone's friendship and really everyone's commitment. We disagree about some fundamental issues, but I think it's very clear that all of us are committed to the success of public charter schools in North Carolina, and it's really great to see. I worked for the John Locke Foundation for 17 and a half years, and it was going to take something really compelling and someone really compelling to pry me away from that job, all the friends that I had made through the years, and work that I really enjoyed doing. And Catherine Truitt was that person. And she, because of her commitment to public school choice and charter schools, and the fact that she really spoke the same language, not only that we speak here at CSAB, that my wife as a public school teacher speaks. She talks about the same things that my wife talks about, and has such a clear understanding of all the issues that I just found it irresistible to come and work for Superintendent Truitt. So I started that position a couple weeks ago, and it's been a fun ride so far. And my key takeaway, someone asked me, what's it like? And I say the same thing. Superintendent Truitt's the real deal, and so it's great to work for someone as dynamic as her. And I get to work with the Office of Charter Schools and all the different divisions here at DPI, and that will be a real joy. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone and to let you know that you probably haven't seen the last of me. I'll probably be sticking around in ways that are both beneficial and maybe not so much, and staying engaged in the charter school community, because it's a community that I absolutely love. And I'm just very thankful for this opportunity, and thankful that the Lieutenant Governor was courageous enough to appoint me to this position. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Stoops.
congratulations.
Thank you for your contributions to this board as well. Thank you for the time. So I think we've all learned from you. So. Ashley, I think we have an amendment. Is that first on the agenda this morning?
Good morning, everyone. We had a light menu of amendments lately, so I feel like it's been a while since I've been up here with an amendment. But we have one today, and it is a weighted lottery amendment, and this is coming from Aspire High School, Trade High School. So this is one of our planning years. They are in a delay year. They are planning to open in Huntersville, and they will be specifically a high school that will focus on CTE and trade education. I was out there a couple months ago, I believe, and they're making great progress on the area. They have a lot of really amazing partnerships and collaborations with different type of industries out there. And they are going to be opening next year with 9th and 10th grade, 210 schools, and they are looking forward to starting their lottery and their application process shortly, I believe in December. So we want to try to get this weighted lottery approved. They are setting a goal of 30% economically disadvantaged students, and they have worked with us to do their policies and make sure that their practices are in line with best practice. They conducted a review of the data of economically disadvantaged students in the 14 county and charter high schools in the area. The average was 34.7, and they set a goal of 30%. Any questions?
No, and I make a motion that we go ahead and accept their desire to start a weighted lottery.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, should we do roll call vote, Ashley?
Sure, it'll be easy enough. Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, very good, thank you. So we have three new charter applicant interviews today, and then we have 5 renewals this afternoon after lunch. Our first applicant this morning is Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy, and to lead us off on this, Rocky, to come forward.
Good morning, Early Rapid Office of Charter Schools. Yes, we have 3 applicants that we'll hear from today. Our first is Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy of Wake County. Just to kind of recap and so that our applicants are aware, you are allotted an hour for your interview today. We will begin, I'll introduce your details, and then you'll have a 10-minute intro, opening statement, followed by open floor for CSAT for about 25 minutes. There'll be another deliberation. You'll then be allowed 10 minutes to make your closing statements, and CSAT will then make their recommendation. So that's what the hour looks like, and I'll probably do that again when our other applicants join us later today. So without further ado, we do have Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy, their board here. Dr. Kashi Bazemore is here with her board, and we also have a virtual attendee, Mr. Travis Bond. So in a minute, I will call their board up. The mission of Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy is to prepare scholars to become career and college-bound, service-oriented leaders who are motivated to make a difference in their community and in the world. In year 1, HCLA is slated to serve grades K-6 with 440 students at capacity. They will serve grades K through 8 with 600 students, and they will reach that capacity in year 3. HCLA does anticipate participating in the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program. They have details about their external vendor that they're prepared to discuss. They will provide transportation services to their students with about 7 to 8 bus routes, again, in the 27616 zip code, which is Northeast Raleigh. Their They did not use the services of an EMO, CMO, or a consultant, and the application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. If you move to the next slide, we kind of have our Wake County map there, and again, kind of center right is where we're looking at. Casa Esperanza, I believe Roseville Charter, there's Wake Prep, some of those, that's the area at large in which we're talking about with 27616. There are 26 charters in Wake County at large with 197 traditional public schools. You'll see the LEA demographic mirroring here in blue, represented the schools' projected enrollment, and then in gray is how they compare to Wake County public schools. And so all of that is what we have for HCLA. I will allow their board to come up and take the floor and make their 10-minute introduction statement. Dr. Bazemore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for this opportunity this morning. We want to start right out by letting you know that we are standing before you because of the children. We want to keep the focus today on the children who are not being served as well as they could be in Wake County. I stand before you as a person who has taught, led as an assistant principal, a magnet school in Wake County, and as a parent of a student who really struggled with this district. We are a board who is uniquely qualified to offer this wonderful opportunity to children and families who are now being underserved. We know that Wake County has just only in 2022 looked at an equity policy and openly addressing what they're not doing for Black and brown children. I am licensed to teach in North Carolina and New York. I am a licensed principal, and I have over 20 years of experience as a teacher and leader in the public, traditional, magnet, and charter schools. I was also the founding director of the first Brooklyn Ascend School. They are still open and thriving today. I served as a teacher leader with KIP NYC for over 5 years. In fact, our character program is the exact program that they use because I was a teacher leader who was involved with the beta testing and development of the character program. We have people here who are uniquely qualified, and I will ask them in a moment to come and introduce themselves. But we have Mrs. Bazemore, who worked as a DPI administrator for over 20 years. In fact, she retired as the chief of testing for the State Department of Public Instruction. When she was working in that role, she helped, along with others, to develop our end-of-grade testing program. She was recognized for being the first to use computer online adaptive testing and to do a unique test. At the time, it was Extend 1 and Extend 2 for children with disabilities. She was also one of the first to desegregate the data so we would even recognize that there is an achievement gap. One thing that I find interesting, and I think you will too, is that she has served on the National Blue Ribbon Committee since 1997, and she still sits on that committee with the U.S. Department of Education. Dr. Rhonda Dunn, who sits to my right, is uniquely qualified because she was the curriculum director who helped us in Bertie County. And I really want to emphasize that in our last year in that community, we had 100% of our teachers to complete the North Carolina Teacher Work-In Condition Survey. And despite everything that we were dealing with, these teachers said they felt supported. They felt they had the resources they needed to carry out the mission. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and I credit that to Dr. Rhonda Dunn. She also, as her dissertation, focused on the Teach Like a Champion book and doing a professional development opportunity with teachers at a school, and was able to demonstrate through empirical evidence and otherwise that Teach Like a Champion does make a difference in the school setting. And then to my left, we have Dr. Jim Poole, who was one of the founding pediatricians for Growing Child Pediatrics in Wake County. He also founded Fast Brain, a program geared towards children with ADHD and autism. He has extensive experience in the Wake County community, working with students, for instance, who were given scholarship opportunities to college as athletes but needed to get their grades up, many of whom had ADHD. And he has a unique approach to working with children and adults with ADHD and autism. And he did wonderful work for us in Berkeley County by training parents who had so many questions about how to parent effectively when you see so much potential in your child, but they're struggling. And I believe we should have on the WebEx Mr. Travis Bond. Mr. Bond has continued to serve in his capacity because of his belief in what we're doing. Mr. Bond is a graduate of Berkeley High School as well as myself, and he's also a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill as well as myself. He played in the NFL. He played in the CFL, and at 6 feet 8 inches tall, he is what we like to refer to as our gentle giant. He genuinely cares about the children, and I've seen him firsthand working with young people through athletics. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to stand before you today. We look forward to helping you see what makes us unique, why we are uniquely positioned to help children who are not getting the opportunity for choice in a way that would positively impact the trajectory of their lives. And at this time, I'm going to just ask each of the board members to just introduce themselves, let you see who they are, and maybe talk about why they continue to serve on this founding board for HCLA.
Just know that we're closing.
What is the time check?
You got about probably 3 minutes.
Okay, good. 1 minute apiece.
Good morning. I am Dr. Rhonda Dunn, and first of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to be before you. I will be as brief as possible. Just a little bit about me. I am a former school administrator with Nash Rocky Mount Public Schools, former teacher with Wake County Public Schools. During my capacity as a teacher with Wake County, my other duties included co-chairing the school improvement team, department chair of English Language Arts department chair. I wrote curriculum for Wake County Public Schools. Highlight of my teaching career, 2011, I was one of 12 finalists for Wake County Teacher of the Year. And that same year, I was also recognized by our local television station as WRAL Teacher of the Week. My background, again, is in English Language Arts and Social Studies, in addition to a teaching license, principal license, and superintendent's license. I also hold an MBA, and my doctorate is in educational leadership, and my focus was on studying the impact of research-based professional development on teacher self-efficacy and collective efficacy in schools. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jim Poole. I own Growing Child Pediatrics in Raleigh. I came to Raleigh in '82. My dad was a pediatrician in Raleigh. My grandfather was dean of the graduate school and head of plant pathology at State, worked on sweet potatoes, made North Carolina sweet potato. Then he went to Capital, then he went to Clemson and made that area the peach capital. So long history. I'm on the President's Council at Clemson right now in their leadership. You know, we can talk about our past. I've got a lot. Stuff is great. I'm more interested in the future. In my past, I was head of pediatrics at an Army hospital. I was also worked with Ann Dorn at Duke, and we got an award from the federal government for teaching nurse practitioners mental health. And my whole thing is strength-based. I was at a medical meeting, stood up with, I don't know, there were 300 doctors. They gave me the microphone, which was a mistake, and I said, so you tell me that I have a disability because I have ADHD, and I have the largest practice in North Carolina, and I went to Clemson, I went to this, I did this, and you want me to tell my patients I have a disability. And so I am definitely strength. We don't even use ADHD in my office. I just retired and now doing this full time because this is what I want to do, is do it online and help people. I met Dr. Bazemore when I was going to Bertie County because I was looking at the indigent. My practice was 60% African American and Hispanic, and I was the largest Medicaid population practice in Wake County. This is where my focus. I took over 7,000 patients, 94% success rate. So my belief is to battle them, is to fight them, and hold them to accountable and teach them how to learn. They don't know how to learn, and teach parents how to learn. So I thank you for this opportunity. This is a wonderful opportunity to change it in charter schools because I got tired of really fighting the school system. I've spoken at several schools. Sanderson, you have your teacher time. I gave a big talk on ADD and fast brain and all the mental health issues, and that's where we got to change. This is where a crisis right now. It's not something we need to do. This is a crisis, and I want to help accomplish that, and I've done that with these kids, and I want to do this on a global scale, and we can do it. Thank you.
Okay, we've reached the time limit, so I'll give you just a second to go ahead and give your introduction, and we'll go ahead and move on to the questions.
Actually, I'm co-founder and a member of the planning team. I'm not a member of the board for HCLA. I did want to say that I did work for DPI for 23 years, actually, and most of my work was done in accountability and testing. And I actually was in charge of testing back in 2001 when the North Carolina testing program was recognized as the #1 testing program in the country. I am very interested in making sure that the children in northeastern Wake County get the opportunity that I feel so strongly that they deserve. I have lived, when I moved to Raleigh to work for DPI, I moved into northeastern Wake County. I wanted to go to Wake Forest, but it was too far to commute. But one of the things that I have noticed in that area, since I've been living there since about 1994 or 5, I believe it was, is that there's a lot of shifting of students, especially the black and brown children in that community. And I live there, as I said, so my home is there. My home value is there, if you understand what I'm saying. That is not the driving force, however. I watch the children and I talk to them. I've gotten to know them. I have grandchildren in that area. And the things that I have observed really have made me sad and disappointed. I'd planned to retire and farm, and I still farm, but I want to see this happen. It is so important that these children get the opportunity that I feel so strongly that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hi, I'm Travis Bond. I'm on the board as well.
Our
I'm from Bertie County, from Colerain to be exact.
Can I get
I come
clarification?
from a small town where student athletes thrive off being able to be an athlete and be a student in the class. So I'm a firm believer of getting your grades first, place second. It worked out for me and a lot of my friends that I
Travis,
actually went to high
Mr.
school
Bond?
with. And Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you could hear us. We're wrapping it up and moving into questioning and discussion. When you speak, will you just make sure that you're speaking as loud as possible so that we can hear you? But at this time, we're going to go into questioning. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Can
Well,
I
yes,
get one, just, I didn't catch the last speaker's name.
Mildred Bazemore.
Okay.
thank you.
So we have, Ms. Chesson, she's not
So
here.
Mr. Chesson is out of the country now. He works at North Carolina Central University, and we did provide, Ms. Vaquero information to document that he would be out of the country.
Just trying to get everyone,
Yes, sir.
everyone's
Thank you.
names and faces associated. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, board members, it's our time for questions. What we're gonna do is we kind of just collect questions, and then we'll give you the opportunity to go ahead and respond to anything that comes up. Okay? Any questions?
I'll start. I have two things. I would like to just hear more information about the culture camp that you spoke to in your application, and a little bit more in depth about what that looks like. And also, just to touch on, if you would tell us what makes your school different, what's innovative. I know you did mention Teach Like a Champion, and we know there's lots of schools using that. You mentioned Standard Course of Study, PBIS, but what is it that is innovative and makes your school different?
Okay, I will start and definitely.
Dr. Bazemore, so they're gonna do all of their questions, and then no, that's okay. So keep track of them, and then you guys will be able to come up and answer.
They're just kind of pitching them out now, so just keep note of what's being asked, and then we'll get you up to address it.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll add to that. I had the same question. I really want to hear what's different from Wake County. They addressed it in the application. I just want to hear more what's different from Wake County. I'd like to know what's different from previous application as well that they've had before us compared to this application. There's a mention of mindfulness as part of the education plan. I'd like to get a sense of how they envision that, what that is, and then how they envision that being incorporated into the school day. If time allows, questions about community support and the evidence provided. Facilities, there was a reference that they were looking at facilities and averaging about $3.50 a square foot. That seems amazingly low. So maybe they could talk a little bit about the facility. I would like to know, in terms of this board, is there carryover on this board from the Bertie School? Yeah, I'll stop there. I got more, but I'll stop there.
I have a couple of questions. I'd like to know if HCLA of Wake County is a legal tax-exempt organization. Your attachments are HCLA of Bertie County. Your articles of incorporation are from 2012, and your tax-exempt status is from 2014. There are no attachments related to HCLA of Wake County. So I'd like to confirm that you are a legal tax-exempt nonprofit. I'd also like to know about the demand and the interest for the school. There was an attachment showing community interest, a compelling need to start the school, and there were about 35 names. When the narrative said it just wasn't possible to upload all of the names, but I feel like that more needs to be provided to defend that or to be evidence of that. And finally, some questions about the budget. Of course, devices are in the narrative. They call it digital tablets are necessary to support the education plan, but there are no devices in the public, and really only about $40 per student for the year for curriculum and instructional materials for the students. So I'd like them to address that part of the budget.
The two primary questions I have. The first is their year one ADM is aggressive at 440 students. I'd like to hear about recruitment strategies for students, and then along that same lines, how you're going to recruit teachers in an incredibly competitive market here in Wake County for talent. That's going to be a challenge. And since it's my last meeting, I could mention that Mrs. Bazemore's a a legend when it comes to accountability policy. So it's great that she's involved in this school, and I really do appreciate everything she's done along that.
Okay, we got a nice little list here. And so maybe the place to start is because we try and do this for every school that has a letter of impact that's been written from the district, and I'm sure you all have had access to that. And I think one of the things that they mention in there is what makes you different from Wake County. I think that may be where this conversation is coming from. And then they also reference another school that had not made it. So and they want to, obviously they speak to what their concerns are there. So maybe you want to start there, and then we'll go down through the list. And if you could come up to the mic.
Thank you, that's what I was
Yes.
asking. And so I would like to start with what makes us different. In their impact statement, Wake County said they use the state curriculum, they train teachers on effective strategies at the school. Absolutely, what makes us different is that we have an unwavering focus on efficacy. So we start out by letting our scholars know that we believe in them, and then our task is to help them to believe in them. We have demonstrated in the past that this is possible. Bertie County is the second poorest state in North Carolina, but I can press fast forward and tell you what you haven't seen. We closed in 2018, but many of our students are in early college high schools now, in northeastern North Carolina, in Hertford County, in Martin County, and Bertie counties. And I have kept in touch with the children and the families who have said that they wish that things could have been different. Wake County's impact statement says that our charter was revoked, and I would like the record to reflect that that is inaccurate. Our school was the only school in North Carolina history whose charter was assumed. We had our charter assumed by Don McQueen, and I'm trying to remember the name of his business at the time, Global Education something Solutions. But what the board should know is that I helped Mr. McQueen and his leaders to get that charter. When we went through the assumption process, I worked with them into the wee hours of the morning every night to make sure that they were ready when they came before this group and were presented before the state board, because we truly believed that the research is clear that students of color need to see teachers of color, and I would argue that they need to see leaders of color. There is no more impactful way to impact a child's belief in himself than to show him or her what's possible. When you look at what happened in Bertie County, we know for a fact that the school that assumed our charter did not perform as well as we did. Our last year, we had growth in math and in reading. And as I stood before our county commissioners and this board, I made it clear that when you are working with students who have grave deficits, that you must focus on growth until you reach proficiency. And we were on our way and just didn't have the time that was needed to show what was possible. But I'm just so proud of those students. We should also note that the teachers that were with us in the last year, I worked single-handedly with the superintendents of Washington County, of Bertie County, and Martin County, and Hertford County to make sure that each one of those teachers was placed, and many of them were named Teacher of the Year in their first opportunity. We also have a former young lady that started as a teacher that I tapped as a school leader, who went on now to get her master's in school administration. We supported her with that application, and today she's an instructional leader in Bertie County. And another one of our teachers, I won't say her name, but we got her from a peanut plant. And she was working there because she had a negative experience after graduating from college when they threw her in a class mid-year in Pitt County with students that had so many needs. Oftentimes, the least experienced teachers are placed in the most challenging situations, and so she had all but given up on teaching. Well, today, she too is an instructional leader in Chowan County. I keep in touch with the teachers. Even when we weren't coming before you, we continued to pay so that we could keep our domain name. I have continued to serve as a reference to keep teachers employed. And I just want you to understand that we didn't do it all right in Bertie County. And looking back, I have said it to the board, and I will say it to this board. There were mistakes made, but we learned from those mistakes. And so what I would like for you to know is that we are stronger, more clear, and better. And with regard to the questions about teacher recruitment and student recruitment, we have put money in our budget to work with a marketing company, but I truly believe that recruitment for this school still has to involve exactly what I did before. I went to churches, I went to civic groups, I went to parking lots, I went wherever I could go to talk to people about HCLA and why we wanted them to take a chance on us. I have heard from many parents whose kids were at Torchlight Academy. As we know that unfortunately that school has closed, and they were serving a base of people who had multiple children going to that school, and they are waiting. They begged me to do a fast track application, but I just had to explain that we didn't have a facility and we wanted to apply in a way that would likely lead to our success, but the need is there. I do have the full set of petitions. We only uploaded 3 pages, but there were actually 16 pages of signatures, and I could get 1 million more because people in Wake County are frustrated. They don't feel, in my business, Added Education Solutions, LLC, I work with students who are getting put out of schools. Wake County has 5 alternative schools, 5. And one of them is for children in grades K through 6. So I would ask Wake County, please help me to understand what a child in kindergarten or first grade could possibly do to be removed from the traditional setting and put in an alternative setting. This is what I would say respectfully. I've been an insider in Wake County Public Schools. So on paper, they look good, but that diversity office is not doing anything to advance areas of improvement that are needed with regard to service of children who are being marginalized and not doing well right now. And so just like they say they applaud my effort, I have nothing but respect for Wake County. I was employed by them, but I do have genuine concerns after looking at the data that we've had from Wake County.
Thank you for that summary.
Yes, sir.
I guess some of the other questions that were brought up maybe for you to answer would be, where are you with the nonprofit status?
Okay. It's a $25 legal name change. I am a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill School of Law. It is a simple process. We are legal. If you look at our application, the same person who audited us before has agreed to do it again and has offered us well wishes. Our financial provider from Pitt County is excited about the opportunity to work with us. We didn't owe taxes. When we closed that school, we took care of everything that needed to be taken care of to protect the legal status of this organization.
How many of the 5 board members for this application were on the board at the Bertie School or worked for the Bertie School?
Okay, so 0 of our current board members were board members in Bertie County. However, Dr. Dunn, as a founder board member, was our Director of Curriculum and Instruction during that last year and a half when I wanted to demonstrate to the state what we were doing to address the concerns. Dr. Poole just came to do some parent trainings, but was not working with the school in any way. Mr. Bond, who's on the WebEx, was hired when he was off season because he was playing professionally, and I knew what the impact of his presence in that school would be. So he was hired as a temporary employee the last 2 years that we were open during his off season, which was just a few months out of the year. Ms. Bazemore was our federal compliance person. She was our testing person, and she did work in that capacity, but I definitely want this board to know that we got nothing but great reviews from federal programming for DPI. For child nutrition, we were listed as an example of people who were getting it right, and Mrs. Bazemore worked with even other charter schools to help them to see what we did. We started with a contract with Bertie County Schools, but we're being charged outlandish prices, and Mrs. Bazemore did a procurement process that led to us ended up with, what was the name of that place? Preferred Meals. Yes, yes, yeah, okay, so, thank you.
So the answer is, none of you were on the board.
None of us were on the board. I was the executive director.
What was your role? I'm sorry.
I was the executive director. Thank you, sir. I think the question was also asked about what makes us different. We do, in our instruction, infuse character education, and we use the John Maxwell Youth Max program for children. We did that before, but we also offer AVID, the college preparatory curricular framework, not to the 20 or 25 students that you see in Wake County schools and other schools that use AVID. In our school, we worked directly with the president of this national organization, and he allowed us to offer it as a school-wide framework so that every scholar in the school was getting access to things like executive function training, Cornell note-taking, time management, the use of a planner, but also the instructional strategies that we got as a part of that program were, I've never seen anything as good, and I'll be honest, as a person who's worked in many different schools, the instructional strategies involved writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. There was a question in that summary feedback about one-to-one devices. Yes, we do use one-to-one devices, but it's the one-to-one student success coaching for those students who are struggling that we know will yield the best results. So again, having a positive culture school-wide where kids are seeing the same acronyms, the same PBIS documents, and then the Eagle's Nest is what we did before, and the kids would do anything to earn those Eagle Bucks to get to the Eagle Nest store. And a lot of what we did in Bertie County worked, and we're continuing to do that. With regard to teacher recruitment, we have partnerships in Bertie County with Chowan University, and we every year met the requirement for the number of teachers who are highly qualified, and we believe that will happen here too. I'm an alumnus of NC State and UNC Chapel Hill, and I've already reached out to their schools of education and counseling to look into forming partnerships like what we had with Chowan University and East Carolina University to get student teachers, to get counselor interns. That was a way that we recruited, and that's the way that we're going to do this again. One last thing, sir. We were with visiting international faculty. VIF is what they used to be called. Now they are Participate Learning. We have also spoken with them to express interest in getting international teachers.
I want to make sure I've given you the opportunity, because I think you touched on it, where there's it's a pretty succinct and harsh statement from the Wake County to say that, I'm gonna just read it. Our objection stems from the fact that, as you know, this proposed charter operated and started a similar charter, which had its charter revoked, which you corrected, due to mismanagement and poor student performance. Okay, so I know you had said that there have been lessons that have been learned. Why don't you speak to that?
Yes, sir.
In line with that kind of criticism about what's been learned and what's going to be different.
Okay, so one of the things that we have learned is the importance of remaining in touch and connected to the people from DPI. I will acknowledge that when we started, we were working under a different leader, and when that leader left, I, as the executive director, did not shift in a way that I could have. I was not as involved with Mr. Machado and his staff as I could have been, and I think all of the office members for OCS now would say that they can see the difference. We have a very positive working relationship even through this application process, and I will see that as a critical area for us to move forward successfully. The one thing that I really want this board to recognize is that when we hear Wake County talking about how we performed in Bertie County, that is like the pot calling the kettle black, because Wake County had 26 schools that are housed in Northeast Wake County, which is the area that we have looked at, that have D's or F's as grades. That was unheard of back in the day. But today, Ms. Bazemore alluded to the shifting and movement of students, students who don't feel stable, teachers who are miserable because they are in schools where there are so many struggles. And I even had a teacher say to me, not knowing who I was, at Riverbend Middle School, when I was going to the open house, "Oh, we don't have to worry about test scores here." And so I still want to know what that meant. When you look at the schools that do well in Wake County, they have caps on enrollments. They are strict about who can go there. And what we're saying is we would open our doors, as we did before, to any child who wants a better opportunity based on their needs. And so, sir, what I would say is that we did demonstrate growth 2 out of 4 years. We had a lot of movement because of things that were happening locally with culture in Bertie County. I remember when I first said I would open a school, and my father said, "You're going to need some tough skin." Bertie County has its own unique history, and I'm just going to leave it right there out of respect for my ancestors and people who are there and still supporting me. But I would just let you know that very few innovative businesses and programs that came to Bertie thrived because of the lack of willingness for change. And I'm saying that as respectfully as I can. But for me as a leader, I have learned that you must work well with the state, and that is the number one change that I know will have positive results for us.
Yeah, I appreciate your candid answer there. I do have a question. So you talked about student performance actually wasn't. Why was the school assumed? It wasn't revoked. Why was the school assumed?
So the school was assumed. I to this day, I'm still confused, if I can be honest, because we closed with 160 plus students and families who were with us to the end. When you ask about the board members, when we ran into governance problems, I was contacted by board members who said that their jobs and their businesses had been threatened. It was a lot of the same things that we saw, if I can be honest, during Jim Crow. But I didn't recognize how serious some of that was. And when we were at risk for governance, I had to call a meeting and tell the parents that I had several board members that were resigning because of everything that was going on with the state. And if they wanted to see this school continue, then I knew we had realtors, business leaders, education people, and others in that audience. And I said, so we need a board who is committed. So the last board that we ended up with when we closed, very committed, not as experienced. And so that's another thing that we are serious about. We are already vetting for the governing board. We already have people in line who are ready to take on the charge of serving as the governing board. We have a partnership with Board on Track at the inception. We partnered with them last time at the end. So we are this time beginning with the end goals in mind. And in Wake County, we have so many additional resources. I've had several people reach out to offer support, and I want this board to know that that's a strong suit of mine. I've got my weaknesses, but I do know how to form partnerships and get people to see the vision and support us as we move forward. These petitions are just one indicator. If I had more time, I could tell you about the many conversations I'm having with parents in Northeast Wake County.
We might be able to do that in closing remarks. So, one final question for me that I don't know that was asked is that in the application it said that a leader had not been named yet. Do you guys have a leader?
And so I'm going to publicly say loudly and clearly that I will serve as a school leader, as a highly qualified, experienced leader who's lived in Wake County off and on since 1987 when I left Bertie County to start as a freshman at NC State University.
Thank you for.
I have a question before she stops. I really need to hear from her.
Okay.
Is that okay? Dr. Bazemore, in your bylaws, there's quite a section on voting members being able to receive compensation as long as they don't vote on the issue. Can you just speak to that?
So one of the things that we just talked about as a board in our regular monthly meeting this month is that this board may want to revisit the bylaws. I can tell you that no board member was ever compensated. Those original bylaws were written we had 3 attorneys on our founding board in Bertie County. And so I'm sure that was boilerplate language, but we have not compensated any board members, nor do we plan to. We see that as an absolute conflict of interest.
Okay, it's a quite extensive section. It wasn't boilerplate at all because I looked at a number of bylaw templates. So it seemed very intentional that you are saying that they will be revised.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. And historically, we've had people, Mr. Shook was the original vice chair of our founding board, and he became the first principal. He was never compensated until he was off that board and serving as a school leader. We also had another person who wanted to work with operations, and he was informed by the board that he had to make a choice, continue to serve on a board or work with the school. And so we are clear on that, and yes, ma'am, you have my commitment that that is an area that we will look at and revise moving forward.
If you are going to be the school
Thank you.
leader, how will that affect what because you're chairman of the board?
Right, so I'm sure you understand that there's the founding board and the governing board. So I served in this role because that's how much I believe in what we're doing. But I only announced to the board that I would be willing to serve in this capacity because I believe that I'm the person who can really get this vision to become reality. And so we would have a planning year. And our model is actually a 2-leader model. So you have an executive director and a principal, and that is exactly what we did before.
Should be stepping off the board.
I would be stepping off the board, yes, sir.
That's what I need.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so now you have time for closing remarks.
Do you want to? I'm going to defer. How much time, sir, do we have for closing?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, so I'll defer to you.
All right, I want 1.5 minutes of those. Closure. I know that we have 90 seconds and we lose focus. And so when I gave presentations and patients, you had 90 seconds. I just wanted to state the question is what are and why are we different? I saw 40 to 45 patients a day working from 8 in the morning to 7 at night for 20 years. And these all were patients with ADHD, mental health. I had over 300 autistic spectrum kids. And we took those kids to 94% success. What I found was I needed a teacher in my office because the teachers in the classroom didn't know anything about ADHD, didn't know anything about autism. They say, well, they go to a class. They're not taught a class. Look, you know, and I applaud Terry going to DPI, and I knew Al Proctor, who was one of the beginning. He was a very close friend. I actually worked with him with sports and helping the athletics within the high schools. But I think it's very important to teach the teachers and teach the parents. When I went out to Bertie County to help the poorest county in North Carolina, I was amazed at the number of parents that came to my talk from a poorest county. I would have 75 parents twice a month because that's the need, and not a parent there said they were taught by the school or the teachers of how to deal with their kids. And they also, I can tell you point blank, doctors don't know how to take care of this either. And so that is very much an educational part of mine. And so our difference is to look at exercise, which is magically taken away from the school system because we've got to teach them some other task that's going to be on Google in a year. And we got to have exercise, of course, have to have diet and life skills. And that's why Mr. Bond is a pro football player. Unbelievable that. I played college tennis. And exercise is huge for learning. Not for exercise, but it helps you learn. And that is part of what we're going to do differently is teach the teachers how to teach the ADD kid, how to have an autistic kid who gets focused and you go try to say time is up and he swings at the teacher because that's his focus and he's off to the principal and kicked out of school. So wrong, so wrong. And that is not being taught in the school system. And that is where we're big difference. The mental health, the exercise on a daily basis, the parent education. So that's where I saw I could help Dr. Bazemore create something different. So.
And I thank you for you, sir. I can't read from Mr. Friend. I thank you, my friend, for saying that you appreciated my candor. I'm going to go a step further with this. I am an adult with ADHD and autism. So this is personal for me because I believe that we are the people who really can make this world a better place. Often people want to give up on those who think differently, who see things differently. And this is personal because I did not get much of what I needed growing up as a child. And we can do better. We showed that in Bertie County. So maybe we didn't have proficiency the way we wanted, but I can tell you this, we were going to get there. And I will say to you now that I believe we will get there sooner in Wake County just because of where kids would come to us. We had kids in Bertie County coming from home schools, private schools, and public schools from 6 districts. And I could tell you which kids were going to be the best writers because at that private school in Askew, they were teaching those kids to write. They were great writers. I could tell you which ones were the best mathematicians. And I could tie it right back to where they were coming from. So we want the opportunity. We respectfully request the opportunity to finish the work that we've started, to demonstrate what's possible for children that are all too often left out, marginalized, left behind, and not thought about as a part of the solutions needed for this great state as we move into the future. I see the children, that when we open in Bertie, please let me tell you, parents of kids with ADHD and autism found me. I didn't even have to recruit all of the families because as soon as they knew our commitment to that population, they came. And we know that that will happen again in Wake County. We just ask you to look at what we did well, to look at what we did not so well, as the learning experiences that we see them as any business would have to if you're trying to move forward. But we did a lot of good things in Burt T that were not published in the newspapers and are not well known by this board. And I believe we'll do even better in Wake County. And I said again, I don't see how we can be successful without the support of this board and the people in the Office of Charter Schools. And I would like this school to be a model for others, perhaps, that will come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now it's time for the board to deliberate. Remember, we have three choices. Choices are move the school forward to open to the state board with a recommendation to open to the state board, move with a recommendation to not open to the state board, or bring them back for a second interview if we need more information. Those are the options that we have before us. So discussion.
I'm glad to start some discussion. I would agree, and I think they've put forth that idea that there is a need for high-quality schools in this area, and I think we all agree that there is. And that this is an accomplished board, and they're passionate and dedicated to what they're pursuing here. I like the fact that they chose legislative purpose number 4. I mean, they're focused on improving student learning. They're not trying to be everything to everyone, but they want to hit that purpose number 4. There's been a lot of references to alternative school, but they didn't apply as an alternative school, so I'm just, if anybody has any thoughts about that, I'm a little concerned. Are we looking at it as an alternative school? There is definitely an emphasis there. So I think things that I raise questions about would be, it's more about follow-through and attention to the necessary things. So the articles of incorporation, for instance, are over 10 years old, and the tax exempt status. So Dr. Bazemore has said in their $25 fee that could be done, but it wasn't done. And so that's, if we approve their application, that's the application. The bylaws are dated, and they have sections in there that I think we would want to have a large discussion around, but that wasn't updated. The evidence of interest wasn't provided, although it's there, and they've got it, but they didn't. So these things of just not providing all the substantial evidence that's important for this very important application, and I know you recognize the need to present something strong. And so with these pieces missing, and then again, we didn't talk much about the budget allocation, but I recognize budgets can be shifted, and they have a little surplus. They can buy devices if they allocate money that way, but in the budget, it's not allocated in a way that supports their mission and their ed plan fully. So those are the things I'm sort of thinking through. If anybody wants to jump in with.
The only one I would jump in on was, I think the mention of alternative schools was that they weren't necessary. There was too many and things need to happen in the schools that weren't happening in the schools. So I don't think that they were saying they were going to be I think they mentioned that they were going to have different approach to keep kids from having to go to an alternative schools. That's the way I interpret it.
So that would be part of what makes them different.
Yeah.
What distinguishes their ed plan. Okay.
A couple of responses or just thoughts that are going through my head is I concur. I think there is a real need to serve students in this community, in that part of Wake County. I appreciated the candor and some of the questions that were asked that I'm sure were uncomfortable maybe based on some experiences of the past. I do appreciate the responses there. I am left with still a lot of questions, and time didn't allow us to get through them. I'm still struggling a little bit with the true innovation, what's going to make this different than what Wake County is doing. I would have liked to learn more about mindfulness as an example of that, just to elaborate more on that. On the demand, they mentioned that They know the importance of doing community meetings. I'm just curious, has that work been done already? Like, where did those signatures come from? Like, who are they? The budget, I think as I look at the budget, I see that I think they've got the right positions in the budget. I'm just going as someone who operates a school in Wake County, these salaries are low. And I do think it's gonna be really difficult to compete, whether it's with other public schools, other public charter schools, or just other schools that are like, with some of these salaries. So that's just, and maybe I'm proven wrong on that, but I think the positions are right. I think the salaries in some cases are not up to what you'll get to pay to attract high quality teachers in Wake County. Yeah, those bylaws would definitely need to be changed. I think, I'd want to see that the board voted to change the bylaws. Have that very clear in front of us that work was done. And we didn't really get into facility yet. I still have the question about where we're getting a building with $3.50 per square foot. I want to know where that's at. I want one of those too. And maybe that was a typo, I'm not sure, but some questions. So I will say I liked some of what I heard today, this morning, but I still have questions that this 1 hour didn't give us, 25 minutes didn't give us.
I'll agree with that, and I think we can all say, I believe in their dedication, and I think they believe in themselves strongly. But I'm not convinced with the innovation. I agree that the community needs a top quality school, but I believe that you could find in most any school that you have teachers and administrators and leaders in that school that truly believe in kids. So I think that saying that the innovation is that they believe in their students and they want their students to believe in themselves. I think you find that in most any school. So I would like to hear a stronger communication about what makes them innovative and what makes them different. It's obvious that the love is there. It's obvious that the dedication is there. I'm the mother of an autistic child. I get it, and I appreciate it. But I have the same thoughts and questions still.
I was pretty intrigued by Dr. Poole's discussion on exercise and how it would affect education. That was, to me, pretty innovative. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. So, with all the questions that we seem to be discussing right now, it seems like it'd be warrant to ask them to come back for a second interview.
Yeah, and I think, Dave, just thinking along those lines, because, obviously we're making a recommendation to the state board. And I know based on the impact statement that was written by Wake County, that question needs to be thoroughly answered before it gets to the state board, because obviously they're not gonna ask questions about that. They're gonna go based on what they're assuming, or if they ask questions about it, we need to make sure that it's fully answered. So,
And to that end, just the process of being before the state board doesn't actually get a chance to interview the applicant.
Right.
So, I'll make a motion that we invite Heritage Collegiate back for a second interview, which would be in December. As a reminder, the process on that, if this is, I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion that we bring Heritage Collegiate back for a second.
Second.
okay, so we have a motion and a second to bring Heritage back. Any discussion?
Question probably for OCS, but when they return, can they provide update information without substantially changing their application?
Absolutely.
They could bring the necessary things.
You
For
can.
For example, the bylaw, approved bylaws on
Right.
the board, the nonprofit update for $25.
Whatever we will reach out to you, if this goes forward to a second interview, we'll reach out to the board for second, round questions, and that's when you can request that. Please show us updated bylaws or
Can do it.
whatever you want, and that's when we allow supplemental information.
And
That would be good.
I'll make the recommendation before we vote also in discussion that if this, carries, that seeing as there's gonna be a short turnaround, be able to get the questions back to them, we might wanna jot down what's on our minds
It's easy.
today, because we're gonna have to turn that around pretty quick to the Office of Charter Schools to be able to send back to the school. So if you have questions that you feel have not been answered through this, as we've heard with you, jot those down. Let's try and get those to, Ms. Pequero as soon as possible so that they can turn that back right, if this motion carries.
We'll have a lot of questions, so succinct answers are it's absolutely imperative.
So the board knows from the process, again, if this motion were to pass, we'll send, Office of Charter Schools is gonna send you questions that we have, you'll respond back in narrative form prior to coming back in person. And then that second interview will really be focused on just those questions.
Okay, so, any more discussion?
Just want the understanding that these second items will be critical, that it's either going to move it forward or it's not, and so they need to give ultimate attention to that and make sure it's strong.
All right. So,
Ready?
let's go ahead and do it.
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
All right, congratulations, you have a second interview. It will be either December 6th or 7th, I believe, but we will get back to you, probably early next week with the exact date, okay?
Okay, before we go to our next, can we take a 10-minute?
Yes,
So let's come back at 10:25.
we'll resume at 10:25 if you are online. Thank you.
Okay. All right, good morning. So we're moving ever so slightly east to Cumberland County. We have the board for Agape Achievement Academy here today. Again, slated for Cumberland in year 1, serving grades K-3 with 168 students. By year 5, they'll be at capacity, serving grades K-5 with 254 students. Agape does plan to provide nutrition services to their students by way of local catering service. They will utilize a free and reduced pricing matrix. They will offer community cluster bus stops by way of a transportation contract, so they're prepared to discuss their transportation plans today. There is not a weighted lottery. They do not have an exact zip code for their facility in Cumberland at this time. Cumberland County Schools did submit an LEA impact statement that has been uploaded to eBoard for your review. We did hear from Agape in our last 2021 cycle, and so they're back to discuss their application upgrades and enhancements. They are not going to be affiliated with an EMO or a CMO, but they did use application assistance by way of KLR partners, so that information has been provided to you. And the Office of Charter Schools did deem this application complete. And so we can move to the second slide to kind of look at the scatter map of the schools that are in Cumberland County. So there's currently 2 charters in Cumberland. That's Alpha Academy and then Capital Encore, and there are 86 traditional LEA schools. You'll see the LEA demographic mirroring represented. Agape is in the blue bar graph there, and how they compare by way of Cumberland County schools. And so we have the Agape board here today. Miss Doris Taylor has been my primary lead there, and then we're joined with her board. So she will be able to come up now and make her 10-minute opening statement. So Miss Taylor, the floor is yours.
Good morning to the board chair and members of the board. The mission of Agape Achievement Academy is to empower students to achieve academic excellence, build character, and a love for learning, which are necessary to become lifelong learners through a rigorous classical and content-rich curriculum. The board of Agape Achievement Academy is one of governance, holding the ultimate authority for the school's academic programs and policies. The board will make sure we're in compliance with the school's charter, our financial status is good, our parents are involved in the school at the appropriate level, approve school-wide goals, and evaluate the lead administrator. Most importantly, it will oversee how well our students are learning and achieving. The board members are as follows. Doris Taylor is chair, Conrad Lopes, vice chair, Stephanie Walsh, secretary, Jesse Brayboy, treasurer, Leon Dantzler, Myra Robinson, and William O'Kelly are members. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Who was just speaking? Who was just speaking? I didn't get his name.
Leon Dantzler.
That was Leon Dantzler. Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Doris Taylor, and I'm here to answer 3 questions that I was given via our application, and I came back today to let you know that we feel that we can answer these 3 questions. Number 1, why should we be approved? The mission of our school, of course, is to empower students to achieve academic excellence and to build character and have a love for learning. The Agape Achievement Academy will be the only charter school in the area that we have targeted for grades K-5. And we are confident that we can recruit and hire a highly qualified teaching staff who will be energetic, motivated, and intentional about student academic success as well as their emotional success. We endeavor to ensure that all students will be able to grow academically, no matter their socioeconomic status. We intend to leave no child or no group of students behind, no matter their academic abilities. Our school atmosphere will be culturally relevant for all students, no matter who they are or where they come from. Our school will be a place of caring, and safety. On the plus side, our small class sizes and small student body can provide ample opportunities to enrich learning and school experience. Using the social and emotional learning program, we will address both the social and emotional needs of our students, which has proven to show increase in academia and good behavior. And finally, why we should be approved. Our school will be essential and another option for both parents and students who may not have another one. What will our school do differently than the LEA? We will maintain high expectations of our students and their dignity as contributors to human well-being. Students in the lower grades will be introduced to and seek to instill character values, which is very important during this time, through character education such as respect, integrity, responsibility, and citizenship. We will also have smaller class sizes, which will allow our teachers to spend more intense instruction time with students who may struggle and need additional assistance so that they can understand the lesson and build their skill base. Another unique factor about Agape Achievement Academy will be our flexibility to purchase and use programs that are evidence-based, especially for our reading and math programs. What do we offer differently? What do we offer differently? We will maintain high expectations for our students. What do we offer differently? Our main goal will hinge on the academic, social, and emotional learning and their culturally relevant awareness at all times. Our school will also have a longer school day and a week longer than the local LEA's yearly calendar. Why is Agape Achievement Academy needed in our area? The data that we collected from the targeted schools shows academic performance below the state level for the said schools, especially in math and reading, and this was for 2019 to 2021. Most schools in the area that we have chosen or targeted scored D in performance, both for reading and math, and they are 100% disadvantaged status. Again, we are more than confident that our highly qualified, motivated teaching staff will be able to close the gap between these low-performing student scores and their counterparts. It is our desire that the students who fall behind in math and reading categories have another choice to receive an excellent education opportunity to be successful. To date, with all our engagement and our outreaches, we sent out over 200 intent forms to attend our school, and to date we have received back over 120 of these forms. We've also engaged with parents throughout certain events in parks and churches who have expressed a desire to have another option for their child to do better and to achieve. We will also train our teachers to use strategic techniques daily in the classrooms that have proven to produce positive outcomes and results, like Teach Like a Champion, the strategies and techniques that we have observed firsthand at a couple of our schools in this area. We will also establish a calendar for ongoing professional development for our teachers during the school year. At the end of the day, the main thing that we want to take away with our students is that they go home happy, want to come back, and enjoy another day and do it all over again. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Walsh. How will no child be left behind? The Agape Achievement Academy will prepare and execute individualized strategies for our full range of students. Also, to include those exceptional students, English learners, and academically gifted students. Small class sizes and progress monitoring will allow staff to identify non-mastered skills. We will remediate and build strong foundations for each child. Why do we need to include social-emotional learning? Social-emotional learning is a process, learning social-emotional skills, and they're all essential for life. Research shows that social-emotional learning makes a difference. The students do better academically, and they improve their attitude and their behaviors. Students will participate each day during their class time instruction, and we know that social-emotional learning helps build positive connections and relationships. Students will learn to manage their own emotions and behaviors in the 5 core competencies of self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. The teacher will integrate these into their daily instruction, and teachers will model behaviors daily to help students learn to regulate and understand emotions during their class time.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Brayboy. Thank you for a second time to come here. We do appreciate it. Briefly, I'm going to talk about the facilities and the climate of the nation right now with the safety of our schools and things going on in terms of, parents feeling comfortable with our schools. We know the importance, realize the importance of having a safe and secured facility. I am now personally working on SRO officers that we can contract with in terms of guarding our children and making sure they're safe and healthy. We also have a prospective board member, Louis Frangos. He is a general contractor from Cumberland County, North Carolina, and he's also agreed to advise us in obtaining our facility. He's going to be head of our facility committee and acquisition in terms of management. So that's briefly what I have, unless there were any questions later on. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your presentation. We are now at the part where the board will collect questions that they may have for you. If you would, just make notes of the questions that are being asked. You don't need to come up and answer each individual one. After we've all had a chance to throw some out there, then you'll come up and be able to address our questions, okay? All right, board members. Any questions for this application? I don't mind starting with, it sounds like social emotional wellness and the health of the students is important. And I was looking at the budget and I'm not seeing nurses, counselors, there's one EC teacher, and it doesn't, without having a counselor or someone that's driving the SEL portion, I'd like to hear more about who's gonna be responsible for either training the staff to be able to teach the SEL, or who's gonna be responsible for the SEL portion of what they're talking about. And my second one is, as we mentioned to the previous candidate, when a letter comes from the LEA with an impact statement, I think the school began to address some of the differences, but the superintendent for Cumberland County Schools pretty much outlines everything that's in this applicant's application and says, we're already doing that. So I'd like to hear more from the school about what's actually going to be different than what's happening already in the school system, because like I said, the superintendent's pretty succinct. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have, similar to I'm interested if they know what SEL curriculum they plan to use in the school, and then who will be charged with implementation, whether it be on a daily basis or working with the staff on that implementation. It did strike me that there is no counselor in the budget. Just in general, what is different this year than when they were before us in the past? What did they learn from the interview last year that they have specifically changed or improved upon for this year? The evidence of community support, in the opening statement, they talked about they've done some, I guess, community meetings or outreach, but what was submitted in the application was not that. It was simply letters of support for the specific board member, which is awesome, but what's really been done to demonstrate that there is community support for this, other than a couple of the letters that were added. And then facility, there's not much in the application that talks about their facility plans other than they're looking for a facility. So if they can update us on what's transpired or any progress that's been made on the facility since the time they wrote this application until this morning.
I agree with those questions, and also if they don't mind addressing a little bit of the original board. There was a nonprofit for housing for low-income families that involved Debbie Roberts, and I don't understand how that board converted to this board or the structure itself. If they could just speak to that, I'm sure that they could outline that for us. as well as the only other thing that I really want to bring up is the classical curriculum. Even the mission statement says that it's a classical curriculum, and yet I don't see that at all in the education plan narrative. And just wondering what the intent is there.
And I just have a contextual question. There's only 2 charter schools in Cumberland County. Why is that? I mean, is this a matter of charter schools feeling like they can't compete with the district, or are there some other factors at play for making a charter school difficult to operate in this county?
I got a few more questions. They want to have a EDS population of about 54%, but they're not going to implement a weighted lottery. How do they intend to reach the economically disadvantaged population without the weighted lottery to guarantee enrollment in your school? And I was looking at the schedule, and it looked like in kindergarten and first and in second and third, you're teaching math in the afternoon. That's a little different than what I've seen in the past, if that is truly the case. And if you can touch on your transportation plan a little bit.
And to go to the 54% EC and having one EC.
EDS.
EDS, okay, I thought you said EC.
No, EDS.
And having one teacher that would be. So let's go ahead and start there. Why don't we start with, maybe Dr. Steve's, is it Mr. Doctor? We'll call you Doctor.
Terry, just call me Terry.
We'll go with Terry.
Thank you.
Terry's a question about what's going on with all the 2 charter schools in the area, and then maybe roll that into the impact statement of what's really different with this application than the one that was brought to the board last year, and the superintendent's hard, fast line of you're not doing anything different than they are. Why don't we start with that? You can come to the mic and answer those questions, please.
Okay, would you repeat the first part of his
So,
question?
Terry asked a question about, if there's only 2 charter schools in Cumberland County.
Mhm.
Is there a reason for that? Does it seem like it's a difficult, there's like pushback on charter schools in that area? Just from your personal experience.
I really don't know. This is something that we have been wanting to do. I know there's Alpha and the other one that I don't know that much about. Our charter school is really like located on the other side of Cumberland County, going more toward the Raleigh area, with the schools in that area. And we chose that area because of the disadvantaged students, and we thought that would be a good area to target. Also, when we were talking about the viability of helping students, we looked at all the schools that were there, and we did do some outreaching as far as talking to people in that area. We have a program that is a mental health program that sometimes we have people come in, they'll ask for different services, and we were able to talk to people about the needs. Now, we've been out throughout the community, and I brought some intent forms. We've talked to people at different events and parks and different places, and they feel like this is warranted because they feel like the children are not getting the intentional academia success that they would like for them to have.
So because of that, then, be really succinct with what you feel like is different with what you're doing versus what the school system already offers.
I feel like what we're doing, number one, when I look at it, to target or even to have a school, we're going to start out with 168 students. To me, that's an advantage. I taught reading long years ago, and that's an advantage to me that our public school does not necessarily have, because the teacher will, with our teacher assistants and all, we'll be able to help the children more. I think the small sizes will be an advantage to us because we can help more students and to bring success to them. Also, I believe that with the new programs that we are integrating into the schools now, like the social emotional learning, will also be a plus in the classrooms for the small children. I think if we start them at the base with developing these qualities in them as they grow from one grade to the next, their academia is going to increase, and also their social emotional is going to increase.
So that's a great segue into the question about not having a counselor or someone who's responsible at the school level for the SEL.
Okay, we're going to have training for our teachers, of course, staff development. I visited two of our charter schools, two of our top charter schools here in North Carolina, and I did get some assistance in that area. We're going to really have people come in to train our teaching staff so that they will be competent to utilize the social emotional learning throughout their classes all day. This is just not be something that will happen, once a week, but this will be daily. And I believe that with the training that we have with the teachers and also working with, we don't have a counselor yet. We do intend to have a counselor. And doing our budget, and the person who helped us, we tried to make sure that we had the necessary. But we will be training our teachers with the SEL program, the social emotional program, so that they will become competent. They will not only just competent, but it will just become a real part of their day, to make sure that these students not only achieve academically, but they can function as well social and emotionally. Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to go back to the part about why we might only have 2 charter schools in Cumberland County. Cumberland County is very transient. We have a high military population, and I think one reason why we don't have a lot of charter schools is because the foundation may not continue, or the intent might not continue, or people come and leave. And the other situation perhaps is because the schools in Cumberland County, and I'm currently a teacher in Cumberland County, offer so many specialized schools. They advertise as being a global school, a Spanish immersion school, this and that school. So parents can choose to go to other elementary schools that are not in their neighborhood. If there's an opening, they can apply for it to go to that school. But what I have seen is that even though those schools say they have that, I don't really see it as a full program. Because of funding. They're not getting extra funding for making a special school. They're just, buying into the love of wanting to make it different. And then the other question I was thinking about that you just said about the counselor, the board did talk about that. We want everybody to be trained, social, emotional. We bought into the Miss Kendra situation. We were all into that. I have taught since 1979, so I have seen a wide circle of, we were very interested in individual children and making the move forward. And today in 2022, I kind of see we're just passing kids on. And I have experience at elementary school for about 20 years and at the high school level for 20 years. So what we want to do is we want to look at those children, have them come in, evaluate, see where they're at, if they have an IEP, if they don't have an IEP, and provide services to move the mark. And what we see mostly in those kids that are underachieving is they have splintered skills or lack of skills in the area of math and reading. And so we want to identify that and remediate that so we can make a big difference in their life.
Okay, there was a question about the curriculum. It says a classical curriculum. Talk a little bit about what's up with the curriculum.
We're gonna we plan to use the core knowledge curriculum that's across the band, literature, reading, science, and math. But the curriculum that we plan to use as far as a classical curriculum, we want the kids just not only to sit in the classroom and be engaged in, you ask me a question, I answer it, but we want the kids to be active participants in their learning. And of course, with this program I did some research on it. It has been proven to be a very, very good program with good results. And we will use other programs. But what we plan to do, we talked about this, as we meet, we want our teachers to also look at some other things if they decide. That's what I like about the flexibility of the charter school. We're not relegated by the district. We can choose our own curriculum as we see the need, what our children need. And you have to remember, every population is different. I live in Cumberland County. I've been there for 50-some years, and I taught school there. starting with the middle school up to high school. And we have, like Stephanie has said, we see that kids are sitting in the classroom, but sometimes they're still not getting what they're supposed to be getting. So with this curriculum, I think it'll answer our first part of our first year.
All right, Mr. Machado was speaking about a 54% EBS. That's a lofty aspiration. How without a weighted lottery, how are you thinking you're going to get to the 54%?
Okay, we want to implement the lottery. We talked about that, but we thought with our first year that we would just get our children in. We're gonna have to do some on ground really. Now I think we're doing very well because as I speak, we have our website up, and as I speak to you, we have forms out that we have not gotten back in yet. We sent out over 200. I had someone who had some to bring to me, but we didn't have time to wait. But I think as we go out and we go to different venues and we set up different meetings in the community, I think we're going to be able to draw to get that number. I believe, this is my personal belief, that we're going to be able to do better than what we're saying today because we see the need. I taught elementary school a long time ago, but I taught middle school for years, and I see the need. I taught English, and I taught special ed, and I taught kids who didn't really know how to read. But I believe that we will have the teachers, we will have the staff that can do this. But we're really working hard, and we also have social media via the radio ad that's going to be going out tomorrow throughout Fayetteville, Cumberland County. And I just believe we're going to be able to draw that population. I really do.
Just remind me, I'm sorry, what will your role be for this?
I am the chairman for the board right now, but I will be stepping down because I have been selected to be the principal of the school, and there is a replacement on the board for me.
Any other questions? Those are the ones I wrote down. Any further
Ms.
questions?
Taylor, could you describe how you formed the board and what it has to do with a previous board that was also for the community? It was more about housing. This was in your narrative, in your application, so I assumed you were involved with Debbie Roberts as the chair. There was a low-income housing board.
I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
I don't. Okay. Well, let me.
That's okay.
Okay.
I just read about it and kind of wanted to understand how it morphed into what we have today.
Okay.
Are you also a pastor?
Yes.
Are you? I guess is that full time? That's bivocational. Obviously, that'll be a bivocational role.
Vocational. Yes. Oh, I understand what you're talking about. There was that no longer exists. That board, I did serve on that board. I was just a member. They were getting low-income housing for people who could not afford housing, and Debbie Roberts was the chair. She was really the founder of that project, and I did work alongside. That's what that is. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No connection.
No connection.
On it, and now you started
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no connection.
Okay.
And that's been years. I mean, not a long time, but a few years back.
On your org chart, could you just explain how that will work with you're the head of school, and then there's a lead principal, and then there's an instructional leader. How do you envision that org chart working?
We'll just have a lead. I will be the lead principal.
Okay.
Because I'm the founder of the charter school. I'll be the lead principal probably for just a year or two, and then we will transition to another lead principal.
And with you, in addition to you, there will be a lead instructional leader.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And we do have some persons who have already want to take these positions that I know personally. Some are still working and some are not working, and we've already talked to them.
Do you already have an agreement with the local LEA to serve breakfast and lunch?
We did. We talked with Cumberland County Schools last year, and they have. I'll let Mr. Brayboy, Jesse address that, but they we can contract with them for our lunches. Yes, we talk with, and I think.
Also, you also are over facilities, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. You want to come to the mic then, because I know Ms. Friend had a question about an update on where you guys are with the facilities.
All right, good morning again. What's your question, sir?
I believe your question was about an update on where we.
Yeah, there's really not much in the application
Right.
that speaks to facilities other than you're looking. So
Exactly.
what's the status?
So the status is we're working with a company called Will Scott. Will Scott has done charter schools in Raleigh, but Louis Frangos, which is a local developer, I know him. He's a good friend of mine. He's given us another price. In terms of the specific demographical drawings and schematics, that is not complete yet, as of yet, because he needs more information from me. And I need to pretty much see how that's going to flow. But he is in talks with me. The property, if you can, there was someone here last year on the board that lived in the Rose Hill Road area. I think Mr. Machado was here then. He was saying how there is a need for a school over there. He knows the area. So if you can put in your mind that area, there's a huge field that once upon a time was going to be a church constructed. The point I'm making is there's already a slab there. There's already plumbing there and all those things. So we have to look at that and see will the city allow us to use that slab, which will be perfect because the building size is roughly 72 feet by 24 feet, which is pretty good. And we're looking at about 2 to 4 of those to start off with. I guess to break it down in layman's terms, Will Scott wants $400 and some thousand for a facility. Louis said he can do it for $289. I'm just breaking it down in layman's terms. Is that specific? Absolutely not. Because everything is contingent on us receiving our charter. So, but I'm working diligently every day. I've already contacted some guys at the inspection department because the last time we came, my garage caught on fire in my home. So I was able to meet some Yeah, it was crazy. 3 a.m, house fire. So anyway, I was able to meet some inspectors and told them about the charter school and the proposed charter school. So I have a lot of irons in the fire. And remember, this is not going to be a building big as these buildings in Raleigh. It's a modular building. It's a modular school, and the turnaround time in building modular schools with good weather, 4 weeks, 6 weeks tops. I mean, this is what it is. And most of those buildings are brought on tractor trailers. And if I could segue into the transportation piece, pretty much the same thing. I'm talking to some bus companies. With Cumberland County Schools, there's a gentleman that has been with the bus maintenance department for a long time. So he's keeping me in tune on when they're selling buses. And those buses are pretty much $2,500 to $6,000, $7,000. I will say this, I do have a mental health day program, but back in the day, I drove a dump truck. So I'm familiar with diesels, and I know how to look at it and say, I don't think I want that one, I think I want this one. So I'm working hard on that as well. Don't want to get too much out of my lane here, sir. So that's where I'm at.
That's a good update, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can you talk to us a little bit more about the community support work that's been done? How do you know that if you build it, they'll come? Because again, that wasn't really clear in the application.
Yeah. Just give me the whole package. We have, again, these are our intent forms that we've collected, and we have talked to parents. We've also talked to people in the community. I have a lady who stopped by my son's the business one day and made a comment to me. I just happened to say, we were getting ready to open a charter school. She said, well, you are? I said, yes. And she said, well, they're much needed. I'm in education. I was in education, so most of my engagements with educators, and I've had teachers that come up to me and say, listen, when you open that charter school, I want to be a part. And I was an assistant principal at Jack Britt High School for over 22 years, which was excellent. And I've had teachers from there right now who are waiting for me to open the charter school so they can come and be a part of the charter school.
So to clarify, and I'm not trying to push back, but slightly I will. That's great you got teachers that are interested, but you have to have kids for them to teach.
Yes,
so
yes.
How do you know the parents will send your students to your school?
Okay, these intent forms were done by people in our church. I have a group of about 10 people. We gave them to them, and they went out, and they had them filled out, brought back to us. Also, Ms. Walsh and Mr. Brayboy have gone out also to talk to people, and as we speak, and I've had a chance to talk to them personally. Some of them, not as many as I have personally, and they want the charter school. They want something other than. They feel like there's a lady who lives in my neighborhood whose child is a special needs child, and I think it's in first or second grade, will be in the second grade next year, and she's, I will help you get students. This is a child of another ethnicity. I will help you get students. I want my son, my child, to be in a school whereby he can receive that small group instruction one-on-one. So the neighborhood is helping. People in the neighborhood are helping, and that's what we have really been working hard. We've talked to people around the area. What do you think? There is also another person in my neighborhood who is a principal of a charter school, of one of the elementary charter school of Alpha, and was telling us this is much needed because we're on another whole different area than that charter school.
Do you think the parents have a clear understanding that this is not affiliated with the church?
Oh yes, definitely. Oh yes, definitely so. Yes.
In the area we're looking at, I'm pretty sure it was documented in the charter that those schools are rated D in that area. And so this area we're looking at is a very underprivileged area. It's a very low performing area. There's a lot of, those children happen to live there all their life, more so than the area maybe north of Fayetteville. So we do see that. We feel very strongly that once we have that location down and we are committed to that area and bringing the buildings in, we can canvass those neighborhoods and we can set up situations and talk to families personally. I happened to work at one of those schools several years ago. I'm very, very comfortable and very aware of what is needed in that area.
We have a couple minutes left in questioning. Board members, are there any other questions that have been unanswered or not asked?
Could I say one more thing?
We're actually, after questioning, you'll have 10 minutes of closing comments.
Okay.
So if you want to hold that, if there's any other questions that haven't been asked yet. All right, so our questions are done. Yes, you can say it.
Oh, okay. Okay. We do have several closing comments, and I want to first of all say this to you all. I appreciate you letting us come back. I don't know who all was here last time, letting us come back. I appreciate Mr. Machado so much for even having confidence in us that we could come back and do this. That's the first thing I want to say. But let me say something. I did do some data research about these schools, and I made a little chart. When I looked at them, and these are not all, but when I looked at them, of the schools I looked at, all of them 100% are disadvantaged children. I know that area. Our business is on that side of town. And then between math and reading, except for one school, all of them scored below with the letter grade D. And so to me, all of these schools, I believe we can help. We can help them. I really believe that. Okay, did anyone else want to say?
We're not going to help the schools, so we're going to help
I mean the children. I don't mean the schools, the children.
Maybe
Yes.
in helping the children, you'll help the schools.
to become teachers.
Okay, thank you once again. Thank you again, Mr. Machado, for allowing us to come a second time in the board. So I need to say this. I just have to say this. I know Mrs. Taylor has been in education for over 54 years, and I do know and have seen her dedication to children. I know personally, trust me. And I think is a time in our society where we need to bring some good old structure back to the family and family values. And these things are not taught and they're not focused on in school. That area, I do agree. It's a different area. But my mindset is all children should be afforded the same opportunities for a good education in a safe environment. So I'm definitely pushing for Ms. Taylor. I know her drive. I know her desire. And you know, I'm going to tell you something, and this is just what it is. Ms. Taylor has done well in life. She's not doing it for the dollar. She's been very successful in her career. She's made good decisions, good business moves. She's doing well. She has a heart and a love for children. And if you could look inside her heart, that's what you see. You'll see children, because that's been her life. 50-some years. 50-some years. And that's a long time. So I'm just praying that everything works out good. Excuse me, got a little emotional there. But I just think that she's going to do well in this endeavor. She has a lot of support from the local the local entity in Fayetteville. And so we do appreciate, again, your time. Any more questions you have for me, just let me know. I'm doing the facilities. Thank you.
One last thing. I read something the other night when I was doing some typing, and this person said that at the end of the day, at the end of the school day, you want happy children. And happy teachers, I believe, will produce happy children. And happy children, when they have a love for the school and what the caring and the nurturing, and the word agape means love. When you have a love not only for the children but what you do, I believe they'll want to come back the next day and do it all over again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for your time and your passion for what you guys are wanting to do. At this time, the board will deliberate, and we have three choices in front of us. One is to make a recommendation to the state board for this charter to be approved. One is for a recommendation to the state board for it not to be approved. And the final is if we have questions that have not been answered, to bring the school back for a second interview. So that's the decision that's in front of us. Comments from the board?
First of all, I'll just say I don't think there's, without question, any doubt of the commitment of the board and the board, and the individual board members to do really good work for this community. And I think that comes across today. I think it came across last year when they were in front of us as well. The application. I guess I'm wanting to learn more, I guess is my initial comment. We can only go by what they submitted to us. And so, like, for an example, serving students that do have many out-of-school challenges, the importance of SEL, which they seem to recognize, but then to not have something as like a guidance counselor in the budget. It's like that's a disconnect in my mind. I'm interested to hear what others have to
Well,
say.
I mean, right there, just with the council piece, is that, I know they said that they, hope to maybe get a counselor, but if you look at all 5 years in the budget, there's never a mention of a counselor in any of those years, or even a social worker for that matter, and working with, high population EDS students. So, I mean, the intent is obviously there, the heart is obviously there. It's just I worry about the understanding what all goes into working. I think there's an understanding, but I don't know that the support shows in the budget. I think there's some understanding of people there that are gonna be able to do some of those things, but when you're talking about teaching a full curriculum and then being responsible for everything else that goes along with it, that's a heavy lift.
I would agree. I think that it sounds like a technicality, but yet it's so foundational that their mission statement says they will offer a rigorous, classical, content-rich education. And I think that could be misleading to families who are looking for a school that clearly, I think maybe they meant classical in the sense of this is traditional, like classic. This is the classic education, traditional. And it's not classical at all in the sense of educationally classical. So first of all, there should be that understanding as you start a school, but even if not, I think the mission statement would just have to take that word out and maybe rewrite it. If they wanted to promote the school that way, that it's not in the sense of families looking for a classical school, this would not be it. So I feel like the mission statement would have to be changed as a bottom line.
I agree with that, and I think that's, I think that is the theme that we're seeing throughout. Like it's stating in the mission statement, but classical and it really not being classical. Them really wanting to focus on SEL but no counselor, and the teachers are responsible for, we're gonna train the entire staff. While I think from the 50,000-foot view that sounds great, but when it comes to really putting the school, making the school work and running the school with what the vision is, I feel like there's a disconnect with really making it happen. And I am not articulating that well. I just don't feel that there's a connection from what they truly, genuinely are heartfelt about, and then when the rubber meets the road, making it happen. And it just seems disconnected. Not that the love is not there, not that the want is not there, but we're gonna focus on SEL, but we don't have a counselor. We're gonna say we're a classical school, but everything we've laid out is not traditional maybe, but not a classical education. I just feel like there's a bit of a disconnect.
With a district that offers such specialty programs, including a classical school at Reed Ross, on one hand, if it was an authentically classical school in the traditional sense, then it would conceivably be marketed as competition for Reed Ross in Cumberland County. But if it's not, then what is it about this school that distinguishes itself from the Cumberland County schools that offer specialized programs, and what is going to pull parents toward this school? That's the part that I struggle with here.
And although they speak about the need and the evidence, and I hear that loud and clear, again, nothing was submitted to show families and parents who have an interest, who are just have an interest. It's not even, a commitment, but just saying we're interested in seeing this. We don't have that evidence provided yet.
Yeah, I think there's some things in the budget too, and we didn't really, we didn't really dive into the budget too much, other than the counselor piece in there. But I'm looking at their classroom technology, $5,000 for the entire year in classroom technology.
That's $29 a
That's
student.
$29 a student.
And they're all gonna have laptops.
Staff development, $6,000. That's one session of SEL training. Forget everything else in terms of all the other academic professional development we're going to provide to teachers. I just think there's some, I think they can probably sit over there and hear it in our voice. I mean, I hear the passion is there, the dedication is there, the lifelong commitment to doing well in their community and preparing the next generation of students. None of that's in question. But the application is just got some holes in it, particularly in the budget, I think.
I think that because there's only 2 charter schools in Cumberland County, there's definitely a need for some more school choice. And just because that Cumberland County is offering certain things doesn't mean they're offering it better. And I think any superintendent can say, we're already doing those things. Yes, you might be, but are they doing it better? And why is there still an interest in some more charter schools? Let me say that my name was mentioned several times today, and that was in my previous role, not as on CSAP, but I appreciate it. I feel like this school is going to be small, 168 students the first year. Not like trying to come in with 500 students. I feel like the passion that this board has, that they can certainly pull off.
I think maybe what I feel like is the gap is, I was a 20-year, traditional public school person, and when I came to the charter school for the first time, I learned a hard lesson on the difference in resources in a public school that are just a traditional public school that are just there to support you, and when you get there, you're the plumber, the nurse, you're all these things. And so those things don't just come from anywhere, they come from your budget, they come from figuring out, wait a minute, we don't have that, we need to put it in place, So there's a lot of discovery that happens, and I would think that if given some support, and some, you know, from another charter school that's been out there and is developed and can give some leadership support. I really feel like that's where the gap is just not knowing what you don't know. You know, and I think that the concern for giving a charter school is how fast do you figure that out? Is you don't want the school to fail. You know, so I mean, how long is it gonna take to figure out some of those things that you don't know that you don't know? And you gotta prioritize, I guess, is what I'm saying from the school side of things. But I think for us to consider is, are there questions that a second interview are gonna help us answer, or are we in a place where we feel like we have enough information to make a recommendation on what to do for a recommendation to the state board? Where are we?
I don't know. I mean, a second interview doesn't give them the opportunity to address the question about is it truly a classical school? I mean, the application's been drafted. The planning year, yeah, I mean, I think all of us that run schools could probably attest that if you looked at the budget we put before CSAB and you look at the budget that came out of the planning year, it's two different budgets. And so,
Sure.
I guess I'm willing to give a little bit of grace on, like, $5,000 is not gonna be enough for technology for 168 students. It's just not. Okay, they'll figure that out. But like not having the support services of a social worker or a counselor are just core to what they want to be as far as a school and support they want to provide. And it's not that they miscalculated the cost, they didn't even think to put the cost in there. I don't know, that's what I'm really struggling with. I don't know that a second interview changes the questions that are in my head, but that's just me. And I'll say it, I think, again, my kudos to Ms. Taylor for a lifelong work in serving students and serving the community. She sounds like she's pretty much superwoman in that area, but this also has to be a bigger effort than just her leading the effort.
So, looking at the budget again, and I was going based on the narrative and the org chart, that there would be a lead administrator and then an instructional lead, but that's not in the budget either. So I heard Mrs. Taylor say she would move into that head of school role, and then there is not another role. There's not a lead instructor, instructional leader, or an assistant administrator. The next item is a part-time clerical. So there is an operations, it looks like part-time operations. So I do hear what has been said already, that it's just a small effort, 168 students and one administrator could adequately manage that. But also hear what Mr. Friend's saying, that what about the support? And Mrs. Taylor's response is, we're going to train our teachers, and they're going to do that in the classroom. They're going to know the kids best and work with them on a personal, local level. So again, I think a lot of us are sort of in the middle here. But we want to give them every opportunity because they do have the depth of experience and the passion, and they're starting small with something that they can manage. I think they could change. I think they must change. Just take the word classical out of the mission statement. I think that's just misleading because that's such a, that is a known charter to have a classical curriculum. And so that would need to come out. I agree, the budget can be adjusted, and it's not uncommon. People just leave out technology funding, although it's all in the narrative and the ed plan. You look at the budget and it's not there. So they're in the same spot there. They do have this other funds in their revenue, and I don't know where these other funds are coming from, if they were counting on the NC Access grant coming in later. I don't know, but there's like 100,000, 150,000 in subsequent years in other funding, so that could be supportive. They could agree to hire a part-time counselor or part-time social worker. I mean, they could look at those options. And as already stated, it gives them the opportunity to provide something different, a niche type school that will meet a need that maybe the LEA is not adequately addressing in a successful way. I do disagree with the impact statement on how much it would cost for this school to open. I don't think they considered the fact that 150, 60 students would be coming out of the local LEA or coming out of their cost. Although that's not how the funding works, but if you want to say what our net loss is, they didn't name that correctly.
No.
It made it look like a much bigger hit on the local LEA than it would be. Plus, they'd be providing their own innovative type of support to that student group. So I kind of argued on both sides of it.
Yes, you did. Very well. Well done. Well done.
Any of you would like to?
I know it's hard to be up there and answer these questions that are coming at you so fast, and you know, especially with what you want it so bad. But I can't help but verbalize that when you ask about the budget and the lead administrator and then an instructional lead, it was taken. The answer to the question was as if that's what's going to happen, and then now it's not in the budget. That's where I'm talking about the disconnect. I feel is just.
It's true.
And this is a thought that just came in my head also, is that we're making a recommendation to the state board, and we got to hear the passion and the voices, and I think that's what's got us on the fence here, is the passion and desire. The state board's not gonna hear that, or they're gonna have the answers to the questions that we're asking right now that will make them confident, comfortable in approving this application going forward.
And they did add a real estate person to their board structure, but it's not deep in other areas, their board, so that the counseling and the expertise that they get from fellow board members doesn't include any finance, legal, or other things outside of the education realm.
All right, we're talking, we're all over the
We're
place on
bouncing.
this one, so, we gotta come to some term with.
I think we're just 254 students. I kind of agree. I do agree with Mr. Machado. I do think they can do it. I think that, but the documentation in front of us doesn't tell that story. And that's the problem when it goes before state board, is how do we defend this when this says one thing, but what we're told verbally is something else.
Point of clarification, if for my question about the second interview is nothing about what's been submitted so far can be changed even in the second interview, is that correct? Like, that, can a budget be updated, or is it what's in the application is what's in the application, and that's what goes forward?
I mean, you have asked for like updates, but it has to be like supplemental information or updates, to the application. It just, there's kind of a line as far as how much is too much, I guess. It would depend what you were asking for.
Yeah, because we have asked boards to add members to the board as part of their second interview. So that conceptually gets away from their original submitted application. But as to where the line is drawn,
I stood on the other side of that podium and I was told by the second interview to ditch my EMO. So you know what we did? Just that.
So maybe that's where I'm going with this, is that without, I mean, the questions have been raised, the concerns have been raised, the disconnect has been raised. There's a month between now and where there would be a second interview. You know, I'd be open to seeing how that feedback has been generated and any kind of possible thought process or changes in where they were before they came into this interview and where they are now. I don't know if the rest of you are open to that, or if we feel like that's a step that's going in the right direction. I think we're we're teetering so hard on the bench here, we can fall one way. I think at the end of the day, we gotta make sure that we're giving a charter to a board that's going to make it work. You know, so that's why I feel like our recommendation needs to,
I'd be okay with the second interview with the premise of, I wanna see some of the personnel and the budget to support that. But I don't think it can go in and fundamentally change what they wrote about.
Yeah, we
This is our education plan, I don't think they can touch
none of
that.
that stuff goes.
It's more about what have we learned today through this process that they would reconsider to support the education plan that's, you know, it's in ink, the budget's in pencil.
And my thought process right now is the only reason I'm even engaged in that conversation and willing to go that way is because I do feel the passion. And I do think that there's a strong need for a charter school in that area. You know, given those two things, it's not, to me, and just where I sit, it's not, this application is not worth just letting go if there's an opportunity for them to take the feedback that they've received and do something with it. And then, you know, I feel comfortable if that can be done, that, you know, that's something that can be defended at the next level.
It'd also give them basically probably less than 30 days, whenever the next meeting is, but I would encourage the applicant to maybe hold some community meetings, come back with evidence, additional evidence of support.
Act as if you're gonna get to school and start getting people interested in the fact that it could possibly be coming that way.
Yeah, and I know they said they had church members share out and talk about the what-if scenarios. Yeah, I'll sign up for that.
I don't think the casual conversations, you know, I would be interested in that. It really reaches out to the community at large. You know, we know with enrollment, getting 168 kids to walk through the door is very different than
what we planned for.
Right.
It's just gonna happen because we built it, right? All right, so are we in a position where someone's ready to make a motion?
I'll move that we invite Agape Achievement Academy back for a second interview.
A motion, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so, any discussion before we vote? I wanna make it clear that I hope that the school sees the struggle that this board has with this decision, and that coming back, everything, if this motion passes, needs to be on point. And that we'll do the best that we can to be, again, to be specific with our questions, to try and get to Ms. McQuarrie so they can get out to the school and you have enough time to respond. But I think that you have to understand that we feel that passion, that what goes to the next level is a recommendation for us based on what we've heard. They're not going to hear that. All they're gonna hear is what comes from the Office of Charter Schools and our recommendation.
Yeah, I would also add, I see that they had help with their application, and they would probably want to go back and get additional assistance, take another look. Because, as Shelley keeps pointing out, the disconnect, you know, if you don't see something, you can't connect the dots.
Right.
And there's sometimes there appears to be things that the disconnection's not being noticed. It's not, they haven't felt it yet, they don't realize it, and they need maybe even another outside source to look at this and see where it's disconnecting, because bringing back, you know, evidence is not gonna fix those disconnects.
Well, I heard, one of the speakers mention that they went to a school that, a good school that has an SEL program. I would recommend going back to whoever that school is that has a good, strong program and find out what personnel was required to make that happen, and speak to them about how they budgeted for it and what all went into that. Because that may be where the answer will lie, instead of trying to guess what you might need, is not having that experience.
Right.
Find someone that does and don't reinvent the wheel. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and have a vote.
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Shelley Bullard. Aye. Dave Machado.
Aye.
All right, you have, been recommended for a second interview, so that will take place either December 5th or December 6th. We will, our office will get in touch with you probably sometime next week to, finalize that date in general time. And then we will provide you with second round questions and requests from the board. That is all you should change. So make sure you're specifically focused on whatever they're requesting, and then you'll come back in December.
And I would say that, that's all that the interview's gonna be about, is based on the questions, so make sure that the feedback that you send in writing to the Office of Charter Schools is consistent with what the presentation that comes back, so that we see the connect. Yes, ma'am. It would be helpful, yes.
With the community at large, now when you saying community support, are you and I thought I had this in my head. Community support, does that mean the grocery store down the street is going to say, yeah, we're going to support you? The mayor, we already had that and all that.
These are parents.
Parents.
Students that will be your
Okay.
customers.
Okay.
So, whether you meet in a local community center,
We got you.
invite folks to come in and you're delivering,
Yeah.
here's the message of what our school's gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add color commentary on that. And
Okay.
This is the language specifically from the application. Provide evidence that demonstrates parents and guardians
Mhm.
have committed to enrolling their children in your school.
Okay.
So not to diminish the local grocery store owner,
Mhm.
the mayor,
Mhm.
this and that, but if they don't have parents, that's tangential
Mhm.
to, it's good that they would like to see you come into their community, but
Okay.
the application specifically is about parents and guardians.
Okay, we got it. Okay, one more question. Okay, with the budget, we have a person who did, a company who does our budget. We can go back and make those things right, like we need to go and put in the instructional leader, put the counselor. I don't know how we missed that because we talked about that. And we don't have it anywhere. It could have been oversight on her part or our part. But she can go back in and actually modify and change the budget for us?
And submit that as budget number 2.
Okay.
To Ms. Booth.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. Okay, we did visit, and we're going to go back. They're like mentoring us. 2 charter schools here in North Carolina. One that will help us. They said they would be glad to help us, and so.
That's what the community charter schools is
Okay.
all about.
Okay.
Like I was saying, it's not a reinvent the wheel situation.
Right.
It's have a full understanding of what it means to
Right.
be an SEL school and what all goes into that. Like you said, $6,000 in your staff development. That may get half your staff trained for half a day. Staff development is pretty expensive.
Okay,
So just make sure everything matches up with
I got you.
Again, the consistency of messaging.
All right.
Thank you all for your presentation. Thank you for listening to the feedback. Any help that the Office of Charter Schools or, any other school can provide you, please reach out and do all you can, okay?
Okay. And I'd like to say before I sit down that we're very grateful to Melanie. She's been a great help to us. And just want to thank you all. Thank you so much for letting us come back again. Thank you.
Before I leave, because I'm going to think about it when I get in the car on the way back. First of all, excuse me for being such an emotional guy. Listen, so in terms of the budget with the training of the teachers, you're right. $6,000 may take you a half a day. I just went to a national accreditation with my mental health company, and you're right. So I guess the fear is we don't want to over-exacerbate the budget, and then you say, well, that's a lot of surplus, just in case we didn't need that much.
Yeah.
So do what we have to do.
Now, understand that we're people that run schools and we know what goes all into that, and when you,
That
if
part.
there's an area that seems high to you, believe me, when you start looking, call school and ask them what they have in their staff development line. I
That's right.
guarantee it's not 6,000.
I'm with you. Oh, I know. I'm with you. Okay, gotcha. Good enough.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
So right now, we are taking a break for lunch. Actually, looks like we're right on schedule. Is lunch here? Do we know? Or
It should be arriving if it's not.
okay. So we're gonna have lunch, and then we're gonna reconvene one more interview at 12:15.
Yep.
Schools of Excellence out of Halifax. To kick it off, I'll ask Melanie.
Okay.
To come forward.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Our final application today is Alpha Schools of Excellence. I believe their full board is represented virtually, so we should have Dr. Mark Davis online, April Davis, Sheila Whitehurst, James Pittman, and Tiffany Sherlin. So they should all be on our virtual room. Alpha Schools of Excellence is slated for open in Halifax County. And the mission statement of Alpha is that their school will ensure all of its learners are self-aware, proficient, or advanced scholars, particularly in the areas of reading, writing, mathematics, science, while also ensuring exposure to the arts and entrepreneurship. Year one, Alpha will serve grades K2 and grade 6 with 180 students. They will round out, with a fully K-12 school with 585 students. They anticipate reaching that capacity in the year 2030. They will provide a food service with a fully staffed cafeteria, and they do have a free and reduced breakfast and lunch plan that they will be able to discuss today. Transportation would be by way of cluster bus stops. They will not use the weighted lottery. Their facility is slated for 27850. There was not an LEA impact submitted on behalf of Halifax County. They're not a repeat applicant, and nor do they have a CMO or EMO. The application was deemed complete at the time of application. And then some of the data that we have for Halifax County. So you see the LEA demographic mirroring there for Alpha. Particularly, we have 2 charters that fall in Halifax. That's Hobgood and KIPP Halifax. And what's unique about this district is there are 3 districts within Halifax. So you have Halifax County Schools, which has the 11 traditional schools. There's 5 LEA schools for Roanoke Rapid City Schools, and then 4 schools for Weldon City. So we've compared. This is for the composite of Halifax, so you'll see the LEA and how they actually equate to the LEA there. And so, Dr. Davis, if you're online, we have an hour ahead of us today, and your board now can make their 10-minute opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time. I'm really excited and elated to be here. I am very excited for the opportunity to bring a school to the Littleton community, particularly within Halifax County. And I just want to thank you again for allowing our team to speak with you today. Delivering the school to the Littleton community is very near and dear to my heart. I'm a veteran educator with over 15 years of experience in urban, suburban, and rural communities in high-needs environments. My most recent experience in North Carolina was as an elementary school administrator in Granville County Public Schools. I am certified by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction as a teacher, principal, and superintendent. I hold a bachelor's degree, in agricultural sciences from Langston University, a Master of Business Administration degree from Webster University, and a doctoral degree in educational leadership from St. Louis University. Currently, I serve as the Dean of Students at Petersburg High School in Petersburg, Virginia, for some very specific reasons that I'm sure we may get into. However, as a landowner in the Littleton community, and most importantly, as a father to a 2-year-old son who drives my every move and my being, my ultimate goal here and dream is to build a community and build on my home there and serve all of our children by ensuring a high-quality school program that exists and thrives in the community. Most importantly, and from a personal perspective, I want to just make sure that by the time my child is school aged, that he has a high-quality public educational space to grow. And, the fact of the matter is that the Littleton community does not have a public school option in the immediate geographical area. And there are certain interests in the community that have led to the establishment of a private school there, but children in the community with the highest level of need will not be able to access that institution. Halifax County is in need of a robust academic program in a school that provides opportunities for students in the community to pursue not only advanced, opportunities, but opportunities for gifted students and students from all walks of life and, career and military occupations. We seek to build a relationship with the community, specifically by developing an entrepreneurship program, which will serve students in grades 6 through 12 with invaluable experience leading towards business ownership and local and community involvement and investment. With the full capacity of students, I believe around 585 students, which is similar to the capacity of one of the other charters in the region. We believe that this will be a sufficient amount of students to develop a high quality facility with strong curriculum and small class sizes. But before I go any further, I want to make sure I introduce the wonderful and dedicated members of this board who share the vision and have committed their time and energy to supporting these efforts and conversations. So first, we have Ms. Tiffany Sherlin. She is on our team as a mental health professional, and she's also an expert on social and emotional wellness. And so I'm going to yield to her for about 30 seconds to a minute so she can just tell you a little bit about why she decided to join us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis, and good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us today. So my name is Tiffany Sherland, and I am a mental health professional with nearly 10 years of mental health and behavioral health experience specific to community and family supports, juvenile delinquency, crisis intervention, emotional support, and substance abuse rehabilitation. I have also served as an adjunct professor at one of Wake County's local community colleges, and I currently work as a clinical team lead managing a team of EAP therapists. And for those who may not be familiar with what EAP stands for, it is Employee Assistance Program. Most of Wake County's employers have an employee assistance program that offers their employees a number of work-life balance benefits, and therapy just happens to be one of them. So that is what I have been doing for the past 8 years, is working in the EAP sector. So I earned my Master of Arts degree in sociology and in criminal justice in 2014 from Lincoln University of Missouri. And I'm currently earning a PhD in forensic psychology from Walden University. My primary role of service as an Alpha Schools of Excellence board member is engaging the school with the people, the community, and the reality of our world. I aim to assist administration in incorporating mental health education and resources into the school's curriculum to educate students, families, faculty, and staff, build positive social and leadership skills, promote self-awareness and caring connections to adults in the school and within the community. So I'm really excited to be here today and to have been invited to be a member of the board, and look forward to the journey ahead of us. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. And we also have Mr. Mark Barfield. He's a veteran school administrator who has served as an assistant superintendent in the region surrounding Halifax County. Mr. Barfield, if you're present, I believe I see you here. Could you give the team some more information about why you joined our board? I believe he's here, but I think he's on mute. But we'll move on until I hear him cut in, Mr. Barfield, if you're there. I also wanted to introduce Ms. Tiffany Blaylock, who's a veteran educator as well, and a professional school counselor who believes in school choice and high quality education. Ms. Blaylock, if you're there, could you unmute?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tiffany Blaylock. Hopefully you all can see me. Just like Mr. Davis said, Dr. Davis said, I'm also a veteran educator, teacher, and professional school counselor. I hold a bachelor's degree in history and secondary education and a master's degree in school counseling and professional counseling. I have been in the education field for over about 17 years. I joined this board because I believe that all students deserve opportunities for high quality education, and that the children in Halifax County deserve educational options that exceed low performing schools. And I think Alpha School of Excellence would bring a much needed boost in revitalizing the Littleton community. And I really want to thank everyone for the opportunity just to speak with us. And I look forward to supporting the effort to bring a quality school option to this community.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Blaylock. And I believe Mr. Barfield is ready. And so I'm going to yield back to Mr. Barfield.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mark Barfield. I have 28 years in education. I have served as a high school English teacher in Halifax County and Northampton County. And I started my administrative role as a principal in Halifax County at Everett Elementary School, and served in Halifax as the high school principal at Northwest Halifax, now Northwest Collegiate Technical Career Academy, and have served as Director of Student Services, Assistant Superintendent, have worked with HR. I look forward to serving in this capacity on this board because I've served as administrator educator in Halifax County. I am a native of Halifax County, and this would give the citizens, the parents, the students an opportunity to explore other options to be successful in school. I strongly believe that when our scholars graduate, they should be globally prepared, that they should have the 4 E's, as I like to use as my foundation, that they should be able to be enrolled in a higher education, they should be able to enlist in armed services, they should be able to have employability skills, as well as to become an entrepreneur. And so I believe the Alpha Schools of Excellence will provide families that opportunity to take the route to be globally prepared, to have the foundation of where they're being able to succeed. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Barfield. And, I really appreciate the time that these individuals have given to our effort. I really want to just get to the nuts and bolts of, why the question of why we're coming to you asking for your blessing. And the bottom line for us is we want to help rebuild Littleton. Our greatest indicator, of a health of it. Yes.
Excuse me, this is Rita Hare with CSAB, and I'm going to facilitate our interview. Your introductory time has expired, but you will have time to respond to lots of questions as well as time for closing statements. So I believe if you'll reserve those comments, you'll have opportunity to share that. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for those introductory remarks from your board members. Having heard what they've shared so far, I wanted to check with our CSAB members to see what questions you have for Dr. Davis and his team.
Yeah, this is Bruce Friend on CSAP. Thank you all board members for submitting the application for us to review. I have a few questions, and what we'll do is we're going to toss out the questions right now. Don't respond to them just yet. Just maybe take copious notes, and we'll give you a chance here to respond in just a few minutes. I'm interested in learning more about the facility plans for the proposed school. I do have several questions about the budget. In terms of how the budget supports the education plan. There are a couple things in the budget that specifically stood out for me. One is that there is a counselor in year one, but there's one counselor for the first 5 years, and I'd like you to explain maybe why not have multiple counselors, particularly when you're talking about going to grades 12. Counseling for a high schooler is very different than counseling for a first grader. So maybe explain the reason for that and some of the other personnel needs that you'll have. Classroom technology, I didn't see any monies allocated towards computers in the classroom. It's software, but it didn't actually have any hardware. I'll throw it out there. My most pressing question, though, is why are you not here in person? Could you explain why the board is remote today versus being in person? This is a pretty critical day in the timeline and potential approval or not of an application, and so most boards, all boards seem to come to us live in person. So I'd be interested to know why that decision was made.
Okay, other members? Dr. Davis, this is Rita Hare again. I will pose a question concerning your board as well, because the proposed charter board is required to submit resumes, background checks, and information forms from every board member. And it looks like from the inception, we have a couple of members that you have been removed from the board, and you've added additional members, of which I don't believe we have any information on. I don't, and I don't see it in the application or in our current list. So that kind of leaves us with a deficit there as to these new board members you introduced today. Give you those names. I guess you know who they are. Mrs. Blaylock, yeah, Tiffany Blaylock, and Mark Barfield. So we don't have information on those board members. Another question I have would be about the interest, community demand and interest in your program, and the evidence of that, as well as I've shared some of the budget questions that Mr. Friend has already expressed. Before I go on, any other board members with CSAB?
Halifax County has one of the highest shares of charter school students of, I think, nearly any county in the state. That means it's tremendously competitive. There are some high-quality schools that draw a lot of students from Halifax County, including Kip Gaston Prep. How will your school compete with the enormous amount of charter school competition and the presence of such really amazing schools that serve students in the northeastern part of the state?
Good.
I was trying to pull up exactly. Hold on 1 second. Yes. Okay. Thank you. To piggyback off of what Terry Stoops just commented on, also Halifax is not growing as many parts of the other state are as well. And considering that Halifax County itself has just gotten $50 million to build a brand new school from the state that would tap into the majority of the demographic that you're doing, 6 through 12, has that been weighed into your decision on wanting to open up another new school in this county?
All right, this is Dave Machado. My first question is, why is your board not here in person? And then in your application, you talk about doing some work with the KIP Foundation. Can you explain that? Have you done work with the KIP in North Carolina, or is this KIP national? I'd like a little explanation on that. And then you want to go into Littleton, and I didn't see any connection between anybody on the board and this small community. And I also am concerned of the fact that this whole area of the state is not growing.
Okay, any other questions? Dr. Davis, I'd say I think it'd be good to start with your information about your board members. Everyone's wondering about the in-person meeting or having someone here to represent your important application. So can you speak to that?
Yes, so thank you all for asking those questions, and I'm going to try to address everything that you've inquired about. But to start with the board, our board is highly spread out, as you may have heard. There are a few of us that are connected to I mentioned earlier that I was a landowner there. My family, particularly my wife's family, is from Halifax County. That's my connection there. I think when we heard about the format of the interview, we had read that there was an in-person option and a virtual option. And after consulting with the members, most of us decided, due to scheduling conflicts, and we're also missing Dr. Pittman because of a last-minute conflict that he had, that it was best for us to join virtually. I am, as I mentioned, in the Virginia area, Petersburg, actually. And after being employed by Granville County, just to be quite frank and direct, when the idea was shared about potentially submitting an application to you all, that created some political opposition for me personally, and I decided that it was best, and my family decided it was best that I would kind of remove myself from that environment, at least temporarily. And so that's the reason for the distance there. I want to also mention that all of our members are committed to growing Littleton, and like I said, as someone who has invested personally in building a home there, my greatest interest is that there's a high quality school there. So I hope that answers that question.
Okay, and can you tell us about the board members? You've had a little bit of
Yes.
swapping. A couple are off, a couple of new ones are on.
Yes. So my wife, April, she's a doctoral candidate at this point, and she's entering the next phase of her dissertation research. I started this idea consulting with her. She's also an educator, as you saw, and we thought it best that we look at a different makeup of the board that's more reflective of individuals who are also committed to the Littleton community, but also have the time to submit to the work and the conversations that we've had over the last few months. And so that had led to me, virtually basically reaching out to other members and trying to, ascertain who had the time commitment and the wherewithal to really speak to why, we need a school here. But, people who, are vested, but also people who care about the children. And so that's how I found Mr. Barfield and Ms. Blaylock there. The other member, Ms. Whitehurst, she's retired, and at this point, she believed it best to take a step back at this point. And so she was one of our earlier supporters, and still a good friend. But like I said, the level of commitment that I think this is going to take to bring this to fruition in a ready to open process, we really had to have some critical conversations about who could really fulfill the role. And even now, we're thinking about how can we shore up board members who are robust in school finance, as well as facilities and fundraising. And so we're still looking for people who will commit to the board in serving this population.
Yes, there's a follow-up. Go ahead, Mr. Friend.
Actually, my follow-up wasn't on the board, it was about demand. So
Okay, well, let's talk about the area. There have been a number of questions here about Halifax County, the competition that is there currently.
Yes.
The dollars resources being put into that area. How does that figure into your plans?
So, I'm aware of the recent $50 million award, and we didn't figure that into our application at the time, that being several months ago. And we've been, really thinking on this for well over a year and a half. The key for me and the team is that one of the things that we noticed was that the distance between KIPP Gaston, let's say, or KIPP Halifax presents a huge inconvenience to a lot of our children in the Littleton area. I've spoken with several parents in the community on the different events that I've been able to attend, and one of the concerns has been related to, the length of bus rides and things of that nature because of the distance. KIPP Gaston is towards Northampton County, and KIPP Halifax is on the eastern end off Highway 95, which is not necessarily close to Littleton at all. So any student from that area, or surrounding area, is going to definitely be taking a ride, and I don't think it's anything particularly wrong with catching a bus, and I think it's actually good to have a transportation program that allows students to go to high quality schools. But we're talking a lengthy ride at that, and we're also talking about schools who are doing okay, but from what I've read in the report cards, are at basically a C or C or B level as far as their grade. So I think there is some competition. I do agree with the sentiments of the board there, but I think that for students who straddle the Halifax and Warren County border, those options are kind of far. Littleton is a border community on the Warren and Halifax County line. So for those who want to go to a high quality charter school, going to Gaston or Halifax is a bit of a journey.
Does anyone want to follow up on that? You had questions about either one.
I just, looking at your survey data, you had 35 total responses is what I'm seeing, and you're projected to have 180 students if you were to open. So is this saying that you've I guess my question is, what is the actual amount of people that are interested, and do you have documentation to show that?
Most of, the board and I, we've tried to, create something that was concrete that could be shared in terms of, generating survey data. But a lot of the interaction that we've had is more experiential and in person. And so we do, have some work to do in generating that hard data that's going to take, some time. And, we've been looking to, maybe work with some consultants that would help us, really dive into the community and reach people with a strong, marketing plan. But I think in terms of just understanding how many, families are interested in the school, to get that kind of data is going to require a high level engagement, whether that's online. We've also held town hall meetings, and those were sparsely attended just because of the nature of competing events and things of that nature. But yes, we do have some work to do in engaging on paper that interest.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Can you talk to our board about your facility plans? What's developing there?
Yeah, so the first thing that we discussed was, what facilities are available in the region. Now, there is a school, McIver, that was closed down over a decade ago. That was actually the initial conversation that concerned us about, access to quality education in Littleton. And so, at first we were thinking, maybe Halifax County has a plan to, bring a public school over this way, or maybe there will be some investment. But, in talking with, or an email conversation I had with Dr. Cunningham, who's the Halifax County superintendent, he informed me that any sale or renovation of facilities throughout the county has been suspended by their board. And so, I don't know if that's changed recently, but that was our initial conversation. And so we moved on from McIver to looking at, potentially, purchasing vacant land and initially starting out with modular units or partnering with one of the religious institutions in the area to use their facility as we grow. And so those are the initial plans that we had. But our main goal and our hope is to work with Self-Help Credit Union through a credit enhancement grant. In our research and conversation, we found that to be the most optimal idea. And hopefully with an approved charter, the credit union team there has let us know that there are options that would allow us to finance new construction.
Bruce, did you ever follow up any information on that?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So I guess, Dr. Davis, if you also would be the person to respond to sort of laying out a little bit about your ed plan and how it aligns with your budget, or how your budget supports your ed plan. There were some questions about that concerning a counselor position and technology and things like that.
Yes. So I guess to give a broad answer, and maybe we can narrow it into certain pieces. The budget that was developed was based on a few conversations amongst our board, but really, I think to make a strong presentation from you all, we've decided that there's going to need to be some financial consultation to really understand, how we will adequately fund positions as we grow. And so I heard one individual mention that we had listed one counselor in the outset, but did not enlist additional staff as the years progressed. And so one of the things that we were discussing and debating is how do we balance state dollars and federal resources with other opportunities for fundraising perhaps, or sponsorship and partnership. And what I mean by that is I've had experience where I've worked in schools where there was partnership for additional services to be provided, on a pro bono basis, to actually, create partnership within the school for not only counseling services, but therapeutic services as well. One of the things that, Ms. Sherlin spoke to earlier is our commitment to, building mental health education in a school. And so our thought in looking at the budget was that we could create partnerships that would help offset the cost of having, several counselors on staff. And that doesn't mean that we won't have additional counselors. I just think that that conversation needs to be further developed in terms of a budget.
Yes, question.
This is Dave Machado again, Dr. Davis. In your ed plan, you're talking about offering French, Mandarin, Spanish. Do you feel like you'll have the teachers to support that? But my biggest question is, for a student to get into Spanish 3 or AP Spanish, they must have a B in Spanish 2. Do you feel like that is limiting some students or being a barrier for some students that might not be able to do that? And you also say your high school is going to block. Can you kind of explain how you're going to offer and teach AP classes on a block schedule?
Yes, so David, the issue I found in my work and some of the conversations we've had on our board is that students do not typically have enough exploratory access to the languages. We talked about, how can we offer unique programming that may set us apart from other, institutions in the area. And the reality is that offering those vast amount of language offerings is something that we don't typically see. And the question is, how do we have to create interest in the foreign languages at an earlier age, and what resources can we put towards that? One of the things that I mentioned earlier in even talking about partnerships is that, I believe that there's going to have to be some foreign language exploratory component in the elementary grades. that would allow for students to persist and be, that above average student that could enroll in an AP course. I think, and I think that is one of the reasons that we discussed a K2 beginning and a sixth grade option to kind of help bridge that together as we grow, so that we have the high caliber student that is proficient in a foreign language before pursuing an AP career. And another thing that we talked about in our application was an IB offering, and that's a huge undertaking. And one of the things that, and I don't want to get so far off topic, but I think that it's important to understand that the financial limitations that a lot of charter startups have, I think will not be any different from the ones that we have. I think what's key here is ensuring that as we proceed to a ready to open process, that there's a strong plan for creating partnerships that are going to lead to staff that are qualified in these particular areas. And we have thought that it's best to create interest in working in schools, especially in rural populations, based on partnerships that are beneficial to not only the student but the staff member. And as you all know, we're at a time where it's highly difficult to retain staff just based on salary alone or traditional hiring practices. And so what we'd hope to do is to create an environment where staff are coming on board because they are, pursuing their own particular goals, and serving our students in a high quality program will help them fulfill that as well.
I'd like to hear from other board members. This is Mr. Friend.
Hi, Mr. Friend.
And it doesn't have to be any particular order, but I'd like to hear from other board members as to how they learned about this opportunity and why they want to be involved, given that some of them do not live in the area that the school would be in.
Hello, Mark Barfield. I learned about this opportunity through the Brother Davis, and I serve in several organizations in fraternity. And so I saw this as a great opportunity to look at education being expanded for the Littleton area. And so as he talked with me about it, I decided to take an interest to look at other opportunities for students to explore. I serve, as I stated, I served at Everett Elementary and Northwest Halifax High, and I strongly believe that it would advance opportunity for students in the Littleton area to be able to excel, because I see a lot of them not accepting the standard traditional way of learning. So this will give them opportunity to be flexible.
Do you have other questions or follow-up?
How about some other board members?
Do you have Mr. Pittman? Is it Dr. Pittman?
I don't believe Dr. Pittman is on. He had a scheduling conflict.
Okay.
But Ms. Sherlin, if you're there, you can unmute and speak to their questions.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And just briefly, I am originally from St. Louis, Missouri, and I have been in Wake County. I'm in Raleigh specifically, a little over 8 years. And I have been in the mental and behavioral health field almost 10 years now. And I specialize, I started out in the field working with children and educating children on, in the mental health field, specifically working in substance abuse. That's where it all started for me while in graduate school. And upon learning about this opportunity from Dr. Davis, it interests me because, number one, working with children, that is my population of interest to work with. And when I learned about this opportunity from Mr. Davis, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to really re-engage with children of all ages, of course, but to really also, once he was telling me a little bit more about Halifax County and what his goal and what his dreams and his mission was, it aligned with what my passion is. And it's really to help children, not even just with making sure that they are getting a quality education, while that is definitely our priority, but also in ensuring that while they do have access and opportunities to that high quality education, in combination with that, they do also have access to those mental health resources that they need. And hearing a little bit about Halifax County, the interest in terms of pulling resources in that direction is what really kind of pulled me in. I find that I'm a very resourceful person, and I look forward to kind of assessing the community and kind of seeing and hearing more about what their needs are, and seeing in terms of the Alpha Schools of Excellence what we can bring to the school and the surrounding community. I feel like it can all be inclusive. I think the school can really be a catalyst for that community. And although I'm not in Halifax County, I'm in Wake County. For me, it's not that far, and I think that what Mark's vision and what he's trying to do, I think it's not only courageous, but I think it's actually a very wonderful thing, and where his inspiration comes from regarding his family and his son. You know, I'm on board with it, and you know, and I'm committed to contributing to not only the school but the surrounded community as if it were my own. You know, I'm not just committed to Wake County. I'm a resident of North Carolina.
Mrs.
So,
Charlotte,
I'm sorry.
our time has expired. I wanted you to finish your statement, but I was trying to get your attention. It's more difficult virtually, so I apologize.
Okay.
Pardon me? Okay. True. You do have 10 minutes for closing, Dr. Davis, Ms. Sherlin, both, if either one you want to return, recap some things, state your case for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. I know that typically in looking at applications and looking at other interviews that strong boards are an indicator of the success of a charter startup. I believe that what makes our board strong is that we're dedicated to not only presenting ourselves as experts in our respective fields, but as people who are avid researchers and problem solvers. It's one thing to have board members who check off all the boxes, but it's another thing to have people who really care about children and communities. As one of the board members mentioned, over the past 5 years, the county, Halifax County, has seen a 20% decline in enrollment, based on what I observed and read and researched. We're talking about a community that is a part of one of the lowest performing LEAs in the state. I was even surprised, during KIP's development several years ago in the region that there was no impact statement, written by the Halifax County Schools, and here today, the same thing. I did work, I think one board member asked, for KIP, but not in North Carolina. I've worked for the National Foundation and working as a consultant for developing a charter network in Oklahoma, which is actually where I went to school at. And so I had the great opportunity of doing that there. And so, I'm familiar with a lot of the, challenges and ideas that boards have when they want to bring great options to communities. As I mentioned before, Halifax County, in addition to Weldon City Schools' most recent report cards, indicate there aren't any AP courses offered to any students in those districts. And while Roanoke Rapids City Schools has about 75 students in AP courses, only 18% of them have passed an AP exam. And to me, that points to another issue. There are no IB programs in the county. And, again, we're talking the lowest 10 performing school districts in the state are called Halifax County home. We're striving to be different, and our difference is in 3 pillars, quite frankly. And that is project-based learning experiences and exploratory co-op and entrepreneurship programming that begins in 6th grade until graduation. And we want to emphasize partnering with local businesses to grow our future leaders, grow their ideas, and grow business owners, quite frankly, that are committed to developing businesses right there in the Littleton community. The second pillar for us is developing a staff that supports the whole child concept, social and emotional development through supplemented curriculum that promotes an understanding of not only core academic, standards, but civic involvement, engagement, and social responsibility. We want to integrate that with site-based therapeutic partnerships. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that may not be reflected in our budget, but I think it is necessary to grow students' mental health capacities. We're at a time where children, are struggling, and I won't even mention all the incidents that we've had to deal with due to strained mental health. And the establishment of a parent university is another thing that we're looking to do that supports that whole child development as we, get engaged traditional parents as teachers programs to encourage high-level engagement in our school community and involvement in the students' lives. And our third pillar, of course, is, a complete college career and military readiness environment with options available to ensure participation and passage in AP courses and examinations, and additional workforce credentials with strong ties to community college articulation agreements, such as those that could be had with Halifax County Community College, as well as the military. So I just want to thank you all, for the time. We really want to see this dream become a reality, and we realize that there, over the next, 18 to 24 months, there could be significant work to do, but we're committed to doing that. So if I haven't used all the time, Ms. Sherlin or Mr. Barfield or Ms. Blaylock, even if you want to give a closing statement.
You do have about 90 seconds, so that would be fine.
Thank you.
If no one else wants to share, we will go ahead and proceed with our discussion. Dr. Davis, is that what you'd like to see happen? Your board finished? Must be muted. Okay, Dr. Davis, CSAB's going to discuss what we've heard here, and if your board will just stand by and let us review this information together. We'll be making a vote shortly.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, board members. How are you feeling about what you heard?
I personally didn't sense passion for a charter school in this location. I couldn't figure out where the connection was to this community and this board. I've been to Littleton a couple times. It's a very small community on Lake Gaston, mostly a retirement community, but and it could have been because they were remote and weren't here in person, but I didn't sense a passion for a charter school in this area. It's more like, let's start a charter school, and this seems like be a good area to do it.
Yeah. And I am a little disappointed that nobody was here in person and whether that was miscommunication, but I feel like if you really want to show that you were passionate about it, you would be here and show that. But also, I'm with Ms. Machado here in that I don't really know what the interest is. And now they could say they talk to local business leaders and whatnot. They could have put those local business leaders on this board. Instead, they put people from all across the state on it. Also, also, there are going to be 2 brand new state-of-the-art schools built there in Halifax County. About $90 million is going that way. And I don't know what the interest would be from the public when they can say, hey, there's new schools being here, new modern schools. Do we need the charter school here? Plus with the saturation that Terry Stoops brought up already, and the interest, they even admitted that I forget, it was not a saturated meeting, I think was the line that was used. I mean, you should know if there's going to be interest in going for a school before you come to CSAP, in my opinion. There are a couple other flags, but those were the bigger ones where I just don't think that it did not seem that it warranted a charter for this area of the state.
This is Mr. Friend. I'll echo those comments as well as the ones from Mr. Machado. I'll just be candid. I think it was a miscalculation not to be here in person, particularly for an applicant that we've never seen before, a board we've never met. And it was not here. They weren't here because of some kind of health issue. They simply said we felt we had the option, so we chose to go remote. I think that was a poor decision in support of an application that you're passionate about. There's a lot here, and there's a lot to flesh out. There's a lot that they spoke about that I didn't see in the application. There's a lot that they spoke about and it's in the application that's not supported by the budget. And I wrote down one of the comments that was made by one of the board members. I'm not sure who it was, but it was, they recognize that things need to be further developed. I guess that's where I'd say this application stands. It's not ready to be presented to the board for recommendation for opening. Even going back to one of the very first questions you're asked in the application is provide evidence that demonstrates parents will enroll their children in your school. And there were 35 responses to a survey. 27% of those responses said they don't have school-age children or they wouldn't enroll them in the school. That's not a compelling demand. But by the very data they're submitted to us.
Yeah, I think that's a critical point. The decision to choose a town that doesn't have a large enough school-age population to actually have a Halifax County school in it suggests that students are going to be coming from significantly longer distances, and I think that in the application it sort of discounts the fact that it's going to be drawing students from a significant distance, and then by virtue of that, competing with the schools that are located 10 or 20 miles away from the school. So perhaps locating the school in a more populated area would get the responses necessary to justify having a charter school there, and it would address some of the issues with competition in Halifax and Northampton County.
I'm willing to make a motion that this application is not prepared to go to the state board for support. So
I'll second. Bruce
Discussion, okay, Bruce seconded that. Discussion from other board members. I felt like this board has the desire to make a difference. I hear that they do have a desire to make a difference. They, as individual board members, they have education, credentials, they have experience in the ed field and the mental health field, and I think they see needs in those areas. But I agree this application is still developing, is the way my notes read. It's a shifting board. It's shifted from, I guess, last week to today, and it's a very busy board. Wasn't able to get this on the calendar, and you all, Dr. Davis's words said they were spread out. Dr. Davis's words also said that the town hall was sparsely attended. So again, they are saying we're spread out, we're busy, our town hall wasn't well attended, and he mentioned that he needs some financial consultation working out that budget. And Dr. Davis himself is serving a number of roles himself. As the founder, the board chair, becoming the lead administrator, and he mentioned even possibly the finance director as the school developed. So many indicators that this is still something just developing in process, and maybe it will happen somewhere at some time, but today's probably not the day. I think that's where our board members are leaning. Does anyone add to that? We've had a motion and a second. I guess we take a roll call vote. Ms. Vaquero?
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Okay, it does not move forward.
We thank you for your time this afternoon. We're going to move on to the next part of our agenda. Actually, we're going to take a quick break and get ready for the renewals report. Is our first renewal Raleigh Oak Charter here? Or are we?
They're scheduled to be here at 1:45.
Okay. Let's take a break to 1:30 and then kind of hover, and maybe by
Okay.
and maybe they'll be here by then.
There might be some folks in the lobby.
Or can we do the directors? Can we before we take a break? Can we do the directors
Yes,
report?
yes, let's do it. All right, so we've had a busy couple of weeks. 2 weeks ago, we had the AIM conference at the Raleigh Convention Center. That was very well attended, and I got a lot of feedback from the charter schools that did attend that they found it very helpful, and they liked, being able to network and meet with other folks there. Last week, we had State Board in Pembroke, Lumberton. That was very busy. They approved the virtual school reports, and they heard the accelerated recommendations. Got quite a few questions on those 3 recommended schools. So that vote will take place next month in December. We'll see how that goes. We have wrapped up interviews for the 2 vacancies. So this is going on month 5 with 2 vacancies. There are 5 of us in the office, pulling off a lot. So we will have 1 hire start actually next week, and then we have another hire starting in December. So you'll get to meet them in the next couple of meetings. And then finally, I just want to thank the team, small but mighty. Melanie has been doing a fabulous job with the applications. It's a lot of work to pull off without having a lot of supporting staff on board. And then a huge shout out to Jenna Cook. She obviously had prepared everything that you have seen for renewals, which is a ton of information. And she also stepped into the Ready to Open process when Claire left. So she's been kind of doing 2 huge amounts of work. We've had 2 planning year sessions, which have gone really well, and we have another one next week. And then NC Access has been doing a ton of site visits. That has been great to hear about. And their annual report was also presented and approved by the state board. So we've been busy, and we'll be busy again next month with you guys for renewals.
I just got kind of dizzy when you said that, because I'm going through the RTO process.
Yes.
Our RTO and renewals.
Yes, it's a lot. So she's been doing it with a very positive attitude. So I'm very thankful for everyone.
On the team, you guys are great.
Everyone in the office, yes, absolutely.
Thank you for
That's
that.
it.
And let's make sure that as a board, as we leave here today, we did have 2 second rounds, and it's in about a month. So please don't delay in getting your questions to.
I'll send an email right now, actually, to remind you guys.
That's great.
And I just want to say that we are advocating at the department to get an assistant director for OCS because it is very much needed. As you can see, our staff, even though we got 2 more additional positions, we need a little bit additional support so we can help streamline everything. So, if you talk to your legislators next long session, please advocate for that.
Okay, let's take a break and come back maybe like around now about 1:35, and let's see if our first renewal interviewee is here.
All right. Let me hit the mics.
just a matter of procedure. Each of the schools will have 15 minutes. For those in the audience, we keep count. So not 16, 15. And so please be cognizant of the time. And with that, we'll turn it back over to the office.
Awesome. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. Hello again, CSAB members. So we are on day 2 of our renewal presentations. We will, just like yesterday, what I will do is I will present to you the school, and then we will give the school the time to do their presentation, so we'll do a back and forth with that. Ashley, I don't know if this is the one from, or is this the full one?
This is the one you sent me yesterday, I think, replace.
Yeah. It should have them. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you all should now have a hard copy of the renewal guidelines that are presented here on the screen. Today, the schools that we have today, we've placed in the 3-year renewal category, but the schools that you will see today do not fit perfectly squarely in that 3-year box because of the missing data. Schools will have their own data to present, so I would pay particularly close attention to their own data. But again, they don't fit squarely in any of those boxes, but they've been placed in the 3-year box based on the data that we've been given. And then as a reminder, the comparability for academics that we are providing for you all are comparable to 17-18, 18-19, and 21-22. Actually for the 3-year renewal presentation, we've allotted 30 minutes for these schools. Their presentations will be the same length. They were given the same length of a presentation, but that gives you all more time to ask questions since they are being given a lower recommendation. So they have the same amount of time for a presentation, but that gives you all more time for questions to ask of the school. And with that, we can go ahead and get started unless you all have questions. All right, so we will, so our renewal guidelines for a 3-year is compliance issues for more than 1 year, creating a pattern, financially sound audits for at least 1 year of the last 3, and academic outcomes have been comparable to the local school at least 1 year of the last 3 years or met growth 2 of 3 years. And the first school that we will have with us today is Raleigh Oak Charter School. They are a K-8 school in Wake County. They had 285 students last year. Their academic comparability data we only have from 21-22 and 18-19. Both of those years they were behind Wake County. We do not know of any current compliant issues. At the time the presentation was made, OCS was not aware of any current issues, but I did want to note that school business let us know that they had a late audit, so at one point they were temporarily placed on financial noncompliance cautionary, but they are now considered to be resolved for that matter. And for their school performance, they were at a D this past year, so they are on the low performing list. In 2019, they were at a C. 2022, they met growth, and in 2019, they did not meet growth. And they are up for their first renewal this year. So with that, I will invite the board and administration from Raleigh Oak Charter to join us up.
I assume since I'm speaking, I'm going to stay here, but where should my team go?
They can stay, yeah, they should right here. Yep.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Roxanne Bellamy. I'm co-chair of the board of directors at Raleigh Oak Charter School, and I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the people behind me. If you'll raise your hands, loves. My co-chair, Jeremy Altfeder, Alicia Whitney, our secretary, who is also a former chair, Tiffany Irons, board member, and Romeric Dalton, treasurer, and Mr. Rodney Berry, who is working as our interim director of operations right now. You will notice that the person missing from this cohort is our principal, Miss Angela Dawson, who came on board with us in spring of 2019 and recently resigned about 6 weeks ago after receiving devastating news that she was going to face a second bout of cancer. So we are in a transition period between executive directors right now, so she won't be standing up here with me, but I think we can do it. So what is ROCS? We are a K-8 public Waldorf charter, which means we weave together the principles of public Waldorf with NC standards. We opened in 2018 as K-4. This is our first charter renewal, so I'm gonna talk fast and feel nervous. We're an art-driven, nature-driven, limited technology school. We use play-based lesson plans and spend lots of time outside. All that comes together to mean that we are a whole child education school. We do a lot of work around social emotional learning, and we try to teach each child's head, heart, and hands, basically seeking a balance between social emotional growth, physical growth, and academic growth. I'm going to dive right into, am I running slides? Are you running slides?
No, I am, but you can just
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're perfect. I'm going to start by diving into our academic data. As we noted, we don't have any financial or compliance issues, so we know you are concerned about our proficiency compared to our LEA. We have seen a series of C grades until 2021-22. Last year we received a D grade. However, it's also the first time that we met our growth goal. You'll notice there's limited data here because we were K-4 and because of the pandemic. What we know is that math and science are areas of weakness for us. Reading is a relative strength. Our now 7th and now 4th graders show the highest proficiency, especially in classes that loop with their teacher. So we aim to do teacher looping over 3 years together, the teacher spending the same 3 years with our class. We haven't been super successful with that throughout a pandemic, but in the classes where we have been, we see higher proficiency. Our now 5th graders show the lowest proficiency. They've also seen the highest turnover in their teachers over the last 3 years. I'll dive into how we're responding to these weaknesses on the next slide. I don't want you to think that I'm ignoring all of that. Some other key trends, we've expanded our enrollment to K-8, so we have a lot more data. Again, higher proficiency in classes at Loop, and we've seen a steep increase in parent and teacher understanding of NC standards. I want to pause here and acknowledge that the traditional Waldorf schools can be pretty strongly against testing, and our community early on had a little bit of that. Significant fears about testing, about standards, about assessments generally, and the idea of pushing students to perform academically. Much of that concern overlapped with concern about the need for greater social emotional learning in schools, and I think this team over here has done a really tremendous job turning that tide culturally. And the way that we've done that, shifting our culture around academics, is through better community expectations, parent and teacher education, better hiring and accountability practices so that we're making sure we hire teachers who align with our mission and vision, better messaging about what public Waldorf is, what a charter school is, and what is expected of a charter school. And I think our teachers and parents are getting better at testing, our teachers and students, and our parents are getting better at supporting them. So, next slide, please. What plans and initiatives have we put in place to improve our academic performance? Or maybe the phrasing I should use is how we're making sure that this year and future years are different and better than last year. We've hired 2 instructional coaches for K-4 and 5-8. We've implemented iReady training for teachers to support those leading grades 3-8 with targeted interventions. We've increased PLC planning to improve effectiveness, relevance, and rigor. Our teachers are now meeting twice weekly in their PLCs with their instructional coaches to look at data, develop lesson plans, and move forward together. We've increased the use of manipulatives, math talks, and technology instruction. We've restructured that 5th grade daily schedule, that's our lowest performing grade, to add a dedicated time for math and science core instruction. We've hired an intervention teacher to support level 2 students, especially again in that 5th grade. We are have rolled out a full school integration of SIP's structured literacy approach and the Reveal math curriculum, which we did about 18 months ago. We are implementing a Read to Achieve summer camp, which we started in 2021 and did again in 2022. 100% of our staff are on the journey to public Waldorf certification. We provide continuous professional development surrounding NC State standards and continue to loop teachers when we can. Our goal is to walk in here at our next charter renewal with an A rating across all subgroups, but we know that we have work to do and many, many small steps to get there. Next slide, please. Beyond our academic goals, what What are the biggest challenges our school is facing and solving for? Teacher recruitment, retention, and continuing education. We're solving for that with PLCs, instructional coaches, advertising on specialized job boards, higher teacher salaries than WCPSS, performance-based raises and bonuses, more teacher appreciation events, and the creation of a school improvement team with committee leadership opportunities. A big challenge for us continually and into the future will always be merging public Waldorf curriculum with the NC Standard Course of Study. We do that through a public Waldorf consultant named Dr. Mary Gorel, who's helping to integrate both of those and weave them forward and teach our teachers how to teach. We also roll out, again, continuous professional development. Another opportunity for us, I think, is the bench strength and diversity on our board. We're a fairly small board. This is all of us here today, and we know that we're not diverse enough. We are actively reviewing candidates on a rolling basis. We've rolled out robust DEI training for all board members, implemented a framework to maximize diversity and retention, and we're mining all of our networks pretty much continually. A big, exciting one, which is also a challenge and an opportunity, is that we are going to be moving into a new temporary and permanent facility all in the next few years, which allows us to expand enrollment and improve our student diversity. We have secured a sublease for a much larger facility that allows us to increase our enrollment up to 200 plus in the next fiscal year. We're currently pursuing bond financing, and we are under due diligence on a parcel of land that will move our permanent location to one of the lowest AGI and highest diversity zip codes of any Raleigh district or Raleigh metro area suburb. Next slide, please. Into the future. We are currently conducting final round interviews for an executive director. We hope to have one by the holiday break over the year. It'll probably happen before then. We're reintroducing culture building events. Community events and festivals are a huge piece of public Waldorf. We see increased parent engagement through them, which obviously leads to better student outcomes, not only in academics, but also in social emotional learning. Waldorf is exceptionally hands-on, and we've had 2.5 years of our 5 years take place through alternative modes of learning. That's been hard for us. We're excited to realign with our ROCS 8 core value of community and get people engaged. We've also engaged in expanded partnerships with charter success partners and leading building leaders to further strengthen our processes and improve efficiency. On our end, that feels like continuous auditing, and we're really excited about it. We are hopefully increasing enrollment, teacher satisfaction, and financial viability through our new building very soon. And we're excited to align with our original charter goal of 35% of our student population coming from economically disadvantaged populations. We already use a weighted lottery. We realize that our current location presents a challenge. Next slide, please. What are we most proud of? We're proud to be North Carolina's first and only public Waldorf school, and that we're doing that as a public charter is a really big deal to us. We have A+ schools designation, which helps us weave art all throughout every single integrated lesson plan. We're in good financial health with 0 audit findings or recommended management changes and a 2% annual fund review. We have a robust waiting list that grows every year, and we get strong feedback from the public Waldorf community, from our staff, and from our families. One of my favorite recent moments of praise came from that public Waldorf consultant I mentioned, Dr. Gorel, who told us that we are doing Waldorf in a way that traditional Waldorf just isn't, and primarily we're doing it with diversity. Although our student population isn't representative of our LEA demographics yet, our teacher population is incredibly diverse, and we're very proud of that. We're also proud, and this isn't on my notes, but I want to say, just to be around our students and see that they're growing into curious, capable, committed world citizens who just feel good being in the world. And we're open to all questions you may have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
I have a few questions. On one of those slides, it said you restructured the fifth grade schedule. Can you kind of explain, were you not teaching math before that? Or?
Mr. Berry, will you come speak to specifically? That way I won't make any assumptions.
Yeah, the Waldorf schedule has a main lesson block, which is a long block that is interdisciplinary. And because of the fifth grade and the scores that we saw, there are 53% of the students who are in that grade level that are one grade level behind, which let us know that that's a core instruction piece. Over the course of the pandemic in the last 2 years, they went through 6 staff changes, and it was just evident that there are just key pieces of curriculum that were not instructed to that particular grade. So we have taken, instead of interlacing the math into the main lesson block, we have taken that time and made a standalone so that the teachers can very targetedly spiral back into those standards that they are showing weakness with, that we've identified through iReady.
Thank you.
So what do you feel like has led to such teacher turnover, like 6 teachers, and what do you think precipitated that?
Completely honest answer.
Yeah.
I think our early community, a portion of our early community really thought that they were entering a free private Waldorf school. And I think that the way that teachers came to that realization was that like they were going to be forced, they were going to be encouraged, they were going to be accountable for NC standards, and that was a hard realization for a lot of our teachers. And so we lost some good people, we lost some people who were good but not aligned to our mission and vision.
Do you, not seeing your budget or anything, do you feel that your incentives, salary, stuff like that is competitive with Wake County?
Absolutely. Romeric, do you want to add anything?
Since fiscal year 2020, we've introduced, I think it's a 4% above average from Wake County, and we also are, on average, depending on the years of experience, 2 to 3% higher for new employees coming to Rox. So we're quite a bit ahead.
Do you find trouble getting candidates for positions?
That's probably more from the
Wow, I'm going through the gamut here, I'm sorry.
It's how we practice inclusion.
Everybody steps in it.
Yeah. To be honest, I think we're going to be on par with at least my colleagues that I have reached out to, that everybody is really struggling finding qualified candidates right now in the classrooms. So we are fortunate, and started the year fortunate to have our positions filled in most areas. So.
I have a question. So when we look at the guidelines for renewal, and you look at the 3 things that make up a 3-year renewal, you sort of do fit in those, which is hence why that's what's being proposed. Do you have any thoughts or comments you want to share with us about that particular renewal length of term?
Yes, I really appreciate you asking.
Sounds like you have some comments you'd like to share with us.
Absolutely. Are we thankful to keep the doors open? Yes. Thank you. A 3-year renewal is just wonderful. We'll come back we'll start the process in 18 months over again, right? And we'd be grateful. Would we push for like a 5 if we could? That would be amazing. We are not designated as continually low performing, although we do have a D grade from last year. I think with the rollout of structured literacy and the Reveal Math curriculum, in addition to just finally feeling like we're coming through the other side of a pandemic, which happened a year and change into our existence, but 7 months after we had hired a leader that was going to take us there, right? And so we've just had some roadblocks in our way, and it feels from our side like we finally got the train moving, but the data's not reflecting it yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What was your enrollment in 2018 when you opened as a K-4 school?
Oh, I actually don't know that number. Does anyone know that?
Yeah, our data says it's 183.
Perfect. Thank you.
So again, I'm looking at the guidelines for 3 years. Compliance issues don't seem to be an issue. financially sound audits don't appear to be an issue. Academic outcomes comparable to the local school district at least one of the last 3 years, that's, you haven't met that threshold.
Yeah, right.
And then either, well, you don't have the data in terms of growth met growth for at least 2 of 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not meeting that, but you don't have growth from, if you had met growth in 2018, then you would have met that
Right.
criteria. Do you have any data that was your own internal data that would suggest how you did?
Oh, Alicia?
Projecting?
Like benchmark data or?
From 2018. Because that's, it's the missing data from 2018. I'm asking charter school office too to make sure when I say it's correct, because I also told
No,
you-
that's my understanding
I also told you
too.
had 15 minutes, you had 30, so. You know, but, yeah, the 2018 data doesn't exist on growth.
Mm-hmm.
If it did and it was met, then they actually would qualify for 5 years.
Let's see. No. Oh, well, met or exceeded the growth last 2 of the 3 years.
Well, actually, it'd have to be 19, 20, and then 20, 21.
Yeah, I
18,
mean,
19's too far back.
see, the interesting thing with this entire cohort is that we are essentially looking at 5 years of data. We're looking at 5 years, we just only have 3 years of accountability data. So,
Okay.
So really.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is.
they have
do
also
you
had a
data-
financial noncompliance, so even though they're off of that now, they would not qualify for.
Would be internal data for 19, 20, or 20, 21, and then have it show
Yeah.
that trajectory.
Thank you, Ashley.
So the fact they opened in 2018,
Yeah,
then
that's-
it's limited
Yeah, it's
data.
2021 is the missing year.
If I might just add, the financial noncompliance was a clerical issue with our audit firm, had nothing to do with our providing information or being compliant, just wanted to say that for the record. Not only that, but in addition to the 2% fund reserve, we have built in as an extra expense, we are actively collecting a 6-figure surplus in order to get ready for our permanent facility. So financial soundness, I just want to make sure you all know is not an issue.
Can you clarify that again? You said your financial
Will you come
non-compliant
will you
was
come on
because
up to
your
the mic?
audit was late? Is that what you just said?
Correct. Pearson, our audit firm, failed to file something on time, and we had an extension filed, and
This current year or?
this was, I believe this is 2019's audit.
2019.
Yeah, fiscal 19.
This audit was turned in on October
Correct.
31st?
Yes.
Great.
Yep.
And just as a reminder for everyone listening, in January, we will have a financial report from school business on all 38 renewal schools. So we are not speaking to finances at this point until we have that report.
Other questions for Raleigh Oak Charter School?
Well, comment, I appreciate the candid understanding what needed to be done and taking the steps to make that happen, so I would feel regardless of whether you get a 3 or 5, the next time you come back, my assumption would be that you're moving in the right direction.
Thanks.
And pushing through a difficult time. So
Thank you.
thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for your grace. Those are nice things to say. In an otherwise scary room. Any other questions before I take a seat?
And thank you for all being here today, too. That is much
Yes.
appreciated as well.
Speaks loudly.
Great.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. So the next school we have here today is Moore Montessori Community School. They're a K-5 school in Moore County with 180 students last year. We only have academic comparability data for 21-22, but in that year they were comparable with Moore County. They were 4 percentage points below the county, but by our definition would be comparable to the county. They had a D last year, so they are on the 21-22 low performing list, and they did not meet growth in 21-22. This is another school that is up for their first renewal. So I will invite Moore Montessori administration and board to come present to you all. Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Rucker, founder and head of school at Moore Montessori Community School. We're a public charter school in Southern Pines, North Carolina. And with me I have our board chair, Dr. Ben Green, who was also my high school principal, and Rhonda Hawkins, who is vice chair. And they have both been instrumental in this 6-year journey of founding, opening, and sustaining a public Montessori program with a commitment to serving all children in Moore County. So just to kind of give you an overview of our school, we started in 2018 with just about 90 children, and we currently have 220 children enrolled at our school. So a really nice growth trajectory at our school. And actually, if you can go back, I'll just quickly go over our vision. Sorry, I'm jumping around. So our vision is to make quality education accessible to all children in Moore County by expanding the access to public Montessori. We use the Montessori method, which is proven to increase achievement, and it's personalized for every child. We have a world-class teaching staff, so 5 teachers in our founding year relocated from around the country, and one even came from Saipan to help open our school. We've had excellent teaching retention. We started out as a staff of 13 or 14 people, and we now have 33 full-time staff. And we really want to be a model learning environment for public Montessori. And I'll get into some of our successes in just a minute. Next slide, please. So from day one, we've had a commitment to a diverse student population. We've provided a bus and lunch assistance to families that qualify. And we, in year 2, implemented a weighted lottery to ensure that we could meet our mission of serving children. I checked our stats that you all had. It's similar. So 41% non-white, 59% white, and you all have about 35% free and reduced lunch, which aligns with our numbers as well. About 25% of those participate in our free and reduced lunch program, which right now, coming out of the pandemic, is subsidied gift cards from Food Lion for lunch. So we have 53 families that participate in that program. We were one of 10 schools nationwide in 2018 to receive the Charter School Planning Grant directly from the Department of Education, and we're now in our second to last year of that grant. We have a world-class teaching staff, so 70% of our staff have masters in education with the focus on Montessori, and 40% of our classroom staff are instructors of color. We've had early significant reading gains. So in our founding year, 40% of our children came to us reading at grade level based on the Pearson DRA. And in our first year of standardized testing, we got 100% of children through Read to Achieve. So we have a relentless commitment to children meeting that learning to read, reading to learn point in 3rd grade. And I'm really proud of that work that the staff have done. And then last year we had it at 96 or 97% for Read to Achieve. High level of satisfaction with families. So in our end of year survey, when we ask families would they recommend our school to a friend, 97% of families said that they would. We've also had significant success in raising funds. So we've raised $500,000 in donations. And part of that has been around our major success at securing a 12-acre surplus school property from Moore County Schools. So in the height of the pandemic, we spent about 18 months
working with the Moore County School Board, the county commissioners, elected officials, and really letting them know our mission and vision and how we could repurpose a school property that they were going to put up for upset bid. It was the school where I went as a little girl, so it's awesome to be back in that campus. We went from 10,000 square feet to 88,000 square feet. I've invited some of you to come visit the school. 5 large campuses, full-size gymnasium, 500-person auditorium, full-size athletic field, beautiful longleaf pine trees. We've got our front building is kind of turnkey in terms of being able to open and operate 10 classrooms, and we are currently renovating the older building on the upper part of the campus, which was built in the late 40s, and in the next year I think will be one of the most impressive public school buildings in the state. So we've got kind of honoring the historic structure, using the passive heating and cooling systems that were already built in the 40s when things weren't built to be air conditioned and heated all the time, and then adding in the Montessori classroom. So really excited to see where we land with that campus renovation. And then in terms of school growth, just quickly, we've always had a significant wait list. So we enrolled 84 children in our first year. We now have 220. And then our wait list is always significant. So we typically open between 30 and 50 seats based on how many primary or kindergarten classrooms that we're opening. And so then, of course, it's 268 people for 40 to 50 seats. So I think that's an attestament to the demand for the families. Highlighting areas of academic success. So I pulled out the EOGs because I feel like that's kind of a common language, but we have always done NWEA map testing internally, so I've got that information as well if you want to request it, but I was going to go over my 6 slides if I put too much of that in. Really proud of our work with grade level proficient reading, hanging out around the 60% in the first year that we tested, which was the pandemic year, and then last year. 5th grade science is exceptional. I will say that we were 1 point away from a C, and our science scores couldn't count. So we didn't have enough children. I think you have to have 30 scores for it to count, and we didn't have 30 5th graders. And then, of course, our Read to Achieve scores are quite strong and exceed the state and county level. And I think that reflects our commitment to making sure every child is learning how to read, or if they're not, making sure they're getting the interventions and support they need. So I'm proud of that work that we do as a staff. Our opportunity for growth is with math. So if you look at the 21-22 scores, on average, we were at about 40% proficient. We only tested 30% of our student population as a K-5 school. You're only getting grades from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So our 3rd grade was about 30 children, our 4th grade was less than 20, and our 5th grade was it was 11. So it's a small population. I don't think it gives you an accurate picture of the entire school. And I can show you a little bit more if you go to the next slide. Yeah. Great. But we're using our low-performing score, obviously, as an opportunity to focus and improve. So we have improved our alignment of the Montessori math curriculum to North Carolina standards. One big focus this year is we've always done the check-ins, but to really make sure that we've taught exactly what will be checked on the check-ins and tightening up that feedback loop. So we've aligned that better so teachers and students can get a sense of what they'll be tested on. We're also helping children support the transition from using concrete Montessori math materials to abstraction. So in the Montessori classroom, we teach all 4 operations very early. We teach place value. Our kindergarten children are working with place value up to 1,000 as soon as they can count to 10 because it's the decimal system in a beautiful pattern. You can see in this picture that 2 children are working with I can't tell if it's addition or subtraction, but they're first graders, and they're adding numbers that require exchanging. And so they get that physical feel of, I have 11 tens, it's too many, what should I do? I'm going to exchange it for 100.
We also introduced multiplication and division very early, but they're working on it with materials, hands-on materials. So we're making sure that our third graders are starting to abstract that a little bit earlier. We're also engaging families to support math fact acquisition at home. So we've got a math fact fluency guide for families now for first, second, and third grade that highlights where their children should be all along. That's on our website. So saying first graders should be working on addition, doubles in the fall. They should start working on subtraction, really letting families know exactly how to pace it out over 3 years. And we have a math family night. We have one coming up next week where families come in, they get to do the Montessori lesson, and we're going to do a little bit more discussion this year about tying it to North Carolina standards. And then we hired a math specialist, and we're implementing Tier 2 computer-based interventions. I don't know if you all have the actual presentation and you can read it. Great. So this is the fall math projection based on MAP. And it's including our second graders, which of course don't test, but it's got us at 68% proficient for math. So I think we have a few adjustments to make sure our children are ready. We're not a test prep school. We don't want to be a test prep school, but making sure that they've got kind of the fluency for the testing to be ready is a priority for this year. So last slide. So just kind of recapping our first 4 years of success. We have strong parent demand. For every one open seat, there's 3 children that want to get in. We have promising academic outcomes demonstrated by our strong reading scores and 100% read to achieve. We have secured a permanent home campus, and there is a lifetime, for me, of growth and improvement on that campus. And we have secure financials. So we've always had a surplus. We had a $900,000 balance. And we have $2.9 million in assets based on our 22 audit. So I will open it up to questions.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I don't want to interrupt you during your great presentation, but what diagnostic are you using for Read to Achieve?
We are using beginning of grade.
No, what vendor, I guess, is the better?
Well, we do the portfolios.
Are you, okay. So
yeah.
you do it. Okay.
Yeah. We feel like.
So you do what the public schools are doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's
the
good.
portfolios.
Okay,
yep.
Did you say you were 1 point away from a C?
Yes, sir.
1 point away from a C?
1 point, and they didn't count our science scores. So it's okay. I'm going to hold it for a year, but no longer.
I just wanted, Catherine, it's great to see you, and just say that all the leaders, I'd say you're one of our more committed leaders to making sure you're serving all children, even though your data might not be where you want it, but it's because of you that it's where it is right now. So thank you for all that you've done.
Thanks. Thank you.
1 point away from C, guys.
Yeah. Is that what caused? Is that the 5 years versus the 7 years? Is that what's going on?
No, because they only have 1 year of data. So that's kind of the conundrum with these schools is you would have to have 2 years of comparability or meet or exceed growth for 2 years to get a 5-year.
I think it also speaks that they have
That's
a waiting
not
list of
statute
3 to 1.
That's just a rubric, correct?
That's the renewal guidelines, yeah.
Hindsight being 2020, I wish that we would have been able to ask for, since the legislation decided for us to go home, that they would also have given some support on how that impacts schools with their data.
Well, ultimately, it does. The discretion is with the recommendation from here and then the state board, right? So I guess
It shouldn't even be. I don't know. It seems unfair in some situations.
And it seems to be that the math was the problem, is what brought your score down, which was what the previous school was too. And do you think that is? I'm not an expert at all in Montessori, but with the school that we just heard, they had a very unique model, I guess. And Montessori is a unique model. Do you think that the math in the Montessori model, it takes a little time to develop at your school, or?
Yeah, obviously.
And this is me just speaking, just nationwide, math is
Right.
where the major hits were for everybody across the board. So I just think that should be taken into account as well. But sorry.
Yeah, I do think that end of grade test takes a certain level of specific preparation, and we're going to do it. So I do think our sixth graders have really come to an arrival point on strong study habits, really self-aware of what I know, what I need to know, how to learn it. So some consolidation in sixth grade and really strong MAP scores there, I think is encouraging. And then it feels to me like we just need a few tweaks on, so they're prepared here, but we're going to take it one step further in this case. And some things we're, well ahead, and it's just making sure that we're really teaching explicitly what's going to be tested. I'm not super concerned. Yeah, and I
wouldn't be if I were you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Great.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. All right, the next school that we have today is Next Generation Academy. They are a K-5 school in Guilford County with 320 students last year. Only 1 year of academic comparability data. Again, they were 15 percentage points below Guilford County. For compliance, we have listed, again, a BTSP issue, but we see 16 out of 74 issues that came up on that BTSP plan. And then for financial standing, they are currently on financial noncompliance disciplinary status for financial insolvency. And school business will be prepared to give you all a full report of that status when they come in January. In 2022, they were performed at a D, so they are on the 21-22 low performing list. And they did meet growth in 2022. They are up for their first renewal this year. So at this time, I will invite the administration and board from Next Generation to come speak with you all.
Fine, how are you? Good afternoon. My name is Sam Misher. I'm the founder and the CEO of Next Generation Academy. And thank you for the opportunity to come before you to share what we've been able to do over the last 5 years. I have with me our principal, Mr. David Miller. Our board chair, Mr. David Miller. Our principal, Mr. Darrell Florence. And we have our board treasurer, Mr. Brian Moore. And we have our Director of Curriculum, Ms. Angela Graves, and they will share with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Darrell Florence, principal, the proud principal of Next Generation Academy in Greensboro, North Carolina, and I'm excited to be here today to present about our wonderful school. And I could not start talking about our school without first speaking to the purpose and the vision of Next Generation Academy. I'm proud to be a part of this particular organization that Dr. Misher and his wife, Dr. Misher, they had a vision. They believed that there needed to be opportunities for students who were underprivileged to have an option to be able to learn as all students do. And so Next Generation, that's what this school is about, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So the mission and the vision is very important, and that's listed there on the very first slide there. Next Generation Academy will inspire students to become productive, literate 21st century citizens by personalizing their learning experience and encouraging them to realize their individual strengths and abilities. So in terms of our demographics, we serve a minority population. We hover around 88% in terms of minority students, black students in particular. and where our school is situated in an area with a very high poverty number in our particular zip code. I'll go to the second slide, please. Wanted to review a little bit of the data, but most importantly, what we want to talk about today is the growth that Next Generation Academy is providing for our students. We are pushing towards proficiency, but the way that we do that is we grow our students. And the data speaks very strongly to that, our ability to grow the students. We do not control where our students come from. We do not control the levels that they come to us with. But what we control is when we are in the building with them, what we were able to do with those students during that time. And so the data, as all schools I'm sure are presenting, is we started in 2018. We hit hard one school year, and then the following school year was our COVID year. So looking at the data, there are holes, but it's because of the missing data due to COVID and those years that we did not test. Looking at our DIBELS data, that's the very top slide there, or top graph there, you can see clearly that we are growing students. This was from last school year. Our DIBELS data was from grades K, first and second and third. And every single grade, you see massive growth. From kindergarten, our students came in at 34%. At the end of the year, they were 84% based on DIBELS data, and so forth and so on. Third grade, 36 to 56. Every single grade level, we are growing those students. Again, we don't control where they come from, the levels that they are at, but we grow them. And that's what the data says. Students came to us demonstrating very low levels of mastery. That's just what we get. But we do have a high level of growth with all grade levels. And our growth we attribute to our emphasis on small group instruction. We emphasize the fact that we need to work on skills and particular things and content that students have lost due to COVID, or that they came in just not even having that, even without COVID as a factor. And so we really believe in personalizing the learning experience. We do that through making sure that our staff are prepared and know the data for their students, and they study their students, knowing them personally, but also in terms of relationships, but also knowing what their data is saying about them, what standards and what pieces are they missing, so we know how to best serve them. So students are supported with skills and content development in the small groups. Moving on down to the next graph, we decided to show, and we had a lot of information that we wanted to attempt to show, but we were just trying to really show the growth that is being made. So we looked at the EOG reading proficiency from year 2021 to year 2022, because really those are the 2 solid years of data that we have. And as you can see, each of those grades, though the numbers may be low, from 21 to 22, in 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade, there was a level of growth in terms of reading and in terms of math. And the very small numbers, I don't know if you can see that on that graph. Also, I want to point your attention to 3rd grade reading in our particular area in Guilford County Schools. We, this past year, were at 44% compared to GCS, which was at 45% for 3rd grade reading. So when you look at the entire county, the comparable data there, it's a little bit different when you look at more like apples to apples, our 3rd grade versus the 3rd grades in Guilford County Schools. So we were right under that. Again, the growth is what we want to make sure that we emphasize here. Same thing with the math. And then the challenge with us for EOG Science is that this is our first year. We started as a K2 school. So this was actually our first year. Last year was our first year having a 5th grade. So that was the first year of science data. Also, in terms of the math, as I'm sure we're seeing across, or you're seeing across the board, math scores suffered because of that lost instructional interaction in the classrooms. So we do see a pretty stark difference. But again, if you look at, you see the growth from year 1 to year 2. We can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. One of the best measures of growth that we use is through our EVOS data. And I want to, first of all, again, in talking about the fact that we grew students, we met growth. We met growth based on the school performance grade calculations. Our school growth performance score was 84.7. 84.7 was our growth score. Is Next Generation Academy growing students? It's undeniable. We have to continue to work on our proficiency, but if 84%, or if our score is 84.7, that means that we are actually growing the students. And then you can look to the right there and see that in each grade level, EOG math, EOG reading, every single grade level is demonstrating some level of growth. You even see exceeded growth in certain grade levels for EOG reading as well. If you look at our subgroup data, you can see that our subgroups grew massively as well. Specifically, our students with disabilities. They grew over 3 grade levels. That's a 3.31 score. So again, are we working with the students that we have? Are we challenging them to grow? Absolutely. And there's growth in the other areas as well. Black students, EDS, reading, and math. You see the growth there. Okay, to the next slide. In terms of our academic goals, each year we set very reasonable goals for our students and for our staff. We call them SMART goals. And so what we do is we set those goals based on where students are, where we feel like we can move students to. And so we have listed there our 2 goals for this particular school year. And that goal is to move from where our baseline is 42%. Our goal is to move in literacy and reading by June 2023 to 48%. And again, that's based on a model where we look at the deficit and we try to make sure we're closing that deficit. The numbers may appear small, but it's what we believe we're able to achieve within a given particular school year. Same thing for math. Our goal this year is to go from 41% to 47% by June of 2023. And I forgot to mention, I apologize, I'm getting excited. We have specific goals or separate goals for our grades 3 through 6 because they have the EOGs that they have to account for. And so you see the numbers there as well. Around the same points, we have 7% that we're trying to improve in literacy and then around 7% for math. But how are we going to do that? That's the part that I want to make sure we talk about. We're dedicated to the curriculum that we use, including Foundations, Eureka Math, Ready Reading, and one of the things that makes Next Generation Academy very unique is our use of what we call academic coaches. And academic coaches are mostly retired teachers who have served students over the years, and they come in and they're given that opportunity to work with the students in the classroom and to work with students, even pull out, to work with them on specific skills and specific content. And that's where we really feel like we are getting the best bang for our buck with making sure that students are growing. We also, as I stated, are very data driven. We actually do instructional days during the school year where we pull our staff, we give them an opportunity to come together as a team and work on and look at their data and try to figure out how they can actually meet their goals for the school year. We do use check-ins, NC check-ins to monitor consistently, as well as DIBELS data to make sure that we are consistently refining our instructional practice. We also have a specific literacy coach or specialist that is a part of our administrative team, and a math specialist as well. And that allows them to be able to go in and work specifically on the needs that teachers may have within the classroom. We also have an after-school program that's on site, which we're grateful for. And that's another opportunity for our staff and our students to be able to work on the skills and the content that is needed to be successful. Going through the challenges and areas of opportunities, we are always trying to make sure we are retaining our high-quality staff. We do have a high level of success with retaining our quality staff, and we want to make sure that our challenge is to maintain that. As somebody mentioned, we just heard, that's a challenge across the state, across the nation to retain them, but we are doing that. I was looking at some teacher working conditions survey data. 93% of our staff stated that this is a good place for them to work. They appreciate this particular location. That speaks volumes about what we are doing to make sure there's an environment where teaching and learning can take place. Also, we have a program called WISE Ed that we are implementing. WISE Ed is a STEM-based program that there's really no other school in the area that uses this program. It was founded by Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple. And we actually have students from K through 6 working on STEM-related activities from kindergarten. So they're talking about data, they're talking about coding, they're talking about robotics, even at the very basic levels in kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. And so that has a very unique effect for us as well. But we want to make sure that we continue to grow that program and expand it into the everyday curriculum with other classes. We want to continue to address our learning gaps. Again, don't want to emphasize too heavy, but there are gaps that our students are coming in with, some that they came in with just because of where they are, some of them because of COVID. But our challenge is to make sure that we continue to address those learning gaps. We do operate on a standards-based learning system, so a grading system, So students are graded not A, B, C, D, F. They are graded based on their express mastery of specific standards. And so that really helps us to know where the gaps are so we can address them even more clearly. Attendance had been a problem in the past years, again, due to COVID. But we have established a team in place to make sure that we are addressing attendance issues, that we're reaching out to families, that we are following up on those attendance issues to make sure there are minimal barriers for our families. We also use Canvas as a program to promote online what assignments may be available if students have to be out for any reason. In every school, social and emotional learning is an issue, and it is at our school as well. And so what we have done is we have a phenomenal guidance counselor that actually goes into the classes, pushes in daily, and works with our students. They do small group lessons. She does whole group lessons. And we also have a full-time on-site nurse that can address some of the medical and even some of the mental issues that may take place with our students. Again, proficiency is great. Reaching the bar is a wonderful task, and that's something that we must continue to work towards. Again, the way that we believe we get there is simply by continuing, as the data shows, to grow our students. Funding and financials, we continue to grow our enrollment. I was looking at the numbers. We started in 2018, 138 students. We were up this year to 425. So over time, we have grown every single year. Our community is recognizing the impact of Next Generation Academy, and that's a very powerful thing. Family re-engagement, we have our families. We want to make sure that we are getting them engaged in everything that we are trying to do in the school. So we have curriculum nights. We have events where they can come and learn. We actually surveyed our staff this year and asked them, what is it that you need to know? What do you feel like you need help with? And that throughout the year, our PTSO organization is sponsoring events that will help go over those things and make sure that the students have an opportunity to learn more, and the parents have an opportunity to learn more as well. And then ongoing professional development that meets the post-COVID staff needs. Just to be honest and frank, the needs of our staff have changed so much. So we have to adjust as leaders to the needs of our staff. And so finding out what it is that our staff needs, that's one of our continued challenges, that we have to do that, and then we have to be able to provide them what they need. And that, they're teaching they taught through COVID. Many of us, we had to lead through COVID. So we have to make sure that we're figuring out what it is that they actually need. Last slide, we're going to celebrate. There's plenty to celebrate with Next Generation Academy. Some of our program successes, was the establishment of the NGA Foundation. This is an organization that is put together by many of our community members to help make sure that we are funded appropriately. Also, enrollment gains over the past years, I gave those numbers. Every year, we are gaining enrollment. Our free after-school enrichment program for over 100 students daily, where they get that additional support in the after-school program, that's a positive for sure. We have 100% free breakfast and lunch for all students. That was a work in progress thanks to Dr. Misher and our school treasurer and a lot of other people that worked together to make that happen. A culture of data-driven decision-making. That's what we do. We don't make any decisions without looking at the data and making sure our students are going to benefit from whatever we decide to do. A big program success that many, I would say, cannot say is our bus transportation. We serve over 150 students, and not only just doing hubs, we do a lot of what we are able to do is like door to door. So most of our stops are getting them. So we're taking that barrier away from our underprivileged students. High teacher retention. Again, we are retaining our teachers because they love to work in an environment where they feel like they can be successful. And that's what our leadership, I believe, has established for them. Academic coaching, 3,400 plus hours of academic coaching. How can students not grow with that level of support? That's what we are talking about. That's what is making our students be successful or helping our students be successful. WISED STEM curriculum, our facility and technology. We have ongoing PLCs that we work on, things with our teachers to make sure that they are successful and they have what they need. I'll pause and say exceptional leadership. I'm grateful to be a part of this because of the leadership that exists with the Mishers and the knowledge that they have. And I'm just somebody who can help do a little something here and there. And extended summer enrichment and reading camps through our 21st Century Grant. Those are all great things that we want to celebrate, and that speaks to what NGA is. I want to close by showing or looking at two things. The grants awarded, we are getting money. We have partners. You can see that there. I just want to reemphasize, if nothing else, that we are working towards proficiency academically. We're working to being financially sound, all those things. The growth is what I want you to look at and see and acknowledge that that's the direction that we are headed in. So I thank you for this time. And what I'll do, I'll take any questions, and then my team can also assist with that as well.
We have a short amount of time remaining for questions. Any questions from CSAB members or comments?
You talked a lot about your growth scores, and I congratulate you on that. But according to the data I'm looking at, you just met growth. You didn't exceed growth. And you just throwing some numbers up really high, 80%, stuff like that. But you met growth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I congratulate you for that.
Mm-hmm.
You're 15% below the LEA, and in the subgroup that seems to be one of the targets of your school, African American and Hispanics, you're only 32% of your African American students are proficient, and only 17% of your Hispanics. Can you kind of comment on that?
Yeah, so in terms of the school performance grade, remember how the score is calculated. So 80% of that is based on the proficiency, 20% is based on the growth. So we did have 84.7, that was our growth score. But then our score for proficiency counted 80% of that grade. So our grade of a D is based on that formula. So are we growing students? Absolutely. Did we meet growth? Yes. In terms of proficiency, I'll say that, the same thing is we are working to make sure that we are growing the students towards proficiency. We are getting students who are extremely low. That's the bottom line. That's who we are getting in our school. And so the thing that we can do, the way we get to proficiency, is to make sure that we are giving them the things. We are working on the skills. We are working on the content that is missing to get them to that proficiency. But also thinking about how we can grow students massively in 1 year, which we do. But if they're 3 years behind, we grew them, but are they going to hit that proficiency? So what more can a school do but to grow them over time to make sure that they eventually get to that proficiency? So I think I look at it, I have to, and for my sanity, I have to look at it in perspective that, we are doing what we purport to do. We are getting them in the small groups. We're getting everything that I've learned in my over 20 years of education that works and is proven to show a success for students. We're doing it here, but we have to keep working to get there. That's it.
Help me out geographically. Where is your school located?
So it's on the south side of Greensboro. It's Randleman Road, off of Randleman Road, So Holden Road, 27406 is our zip code. So right by, when I tell people, I tell them it's right by Wet and Wild, the Emerald Park. Yeah.
Down the street from Smith High School.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Comparatively, and working historically with schools in that area myself, I understand the challenges that you all face.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to work with those kids to get them where they need to be.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I hate to harp on something, but I need to circle back around to this. When you're quoting this 80 whatever percent growth, you're not talking about EVOS growth.
The 84, so the 84.7 is in the school performance grade that every school gets. That was our growth indicator score.
Growth index score.
Growth index.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
That was.
Yeah. And again, but that counts 20% towards the full grade. Yeah, and so, if the percentage was different, 50-50, I'm just throwing that out there. If it was graded differently, we would consistently be maybe even A school, but if our growth was the same. But because of the measure, the way it's set up, it is what it is. But again, that's what we're going to keep doing is growing students.
Right, if you keep that growth going, then you'll hit the proficiency.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what year did the school open?
2018. Mm-hmm.
So is it right to assume that these fourth and fifth graders have probably been with you a few years?
Yes.
Okay. So you reference the students that you're getting,
Mm-hmm.
but your current fourth and fifth graders have probably come through your program, at least the majority of them.
Yes.
The last few years. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And our cohort data promotes the same thing, growth. If we have grown our cohort from year one all the way through 2022.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Chris isn't here yet. Do we want to take a quick break?
Sure.
We're good.
I think we just did.
Oh, okay. Is Mr. Ross coming? He's on his way. He's in the elevator. Oh, he is. Okay,
Let's
great.
take
Go
5
ahead.
minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah.
students. We only have 1 year of comparability data. That was for 21-22, in which they were 36 percentage points behind Union County. They also they had an ESSER monitoring review from federal programs. There were 18 findings. They are still within the correction window. The due date is coming up for them next week, but did want to note that they are in the process of submitting that correction. And we are not aware of any current financial issues. Apprentice Academy scored at a D last year, so they are also on that 21-22 low performing list, and they did not meet growth in 2022, and this is their first renewal. So at this time, I will invite the administration and board from Apprentice Academy up for their presentation.
Just as a reminder, so we have a total of 30 minutes for your presentation and back and forth.
Appreciate it. Well,
Can you, when did your school open?
we opened for students in 2019. Our charter was 2018, but we had a 1 year opening delay. So that's why this is year 4. And I'm glad to see everybody again. I was here the last time a month or so ago. Anyways, I'm Dr. Barry Ross. I'm the principal and founder of Apprentice Academy High School. This is
Michelle Jones. I'm the CT director.
Denise Rodriguez, EC case manager.
So we're, as you can see by my slide, we are, although we're thankful that we are looking at a 3-year renewal, but we are asking for a 7, and I believe we qualify for that. And on the 2 items that were just mentioned before, I just want to point out 1, 2, just, yep, I know 37% looks ugly, but I'm not sure if everyone realizes Union Academy is one of, not Union County, but Union County is one of the state's top performing school districts. Out of 11 high schools, 5 of them are A's, 2 of them are B's, and 2 C's, and there's only 1 low performing high school in the entire county. And of course, there's no charter schools in the county that have an A. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. And as far as the, when I saw that slide, I was kind of surprised when I looked at it yesterday that there were 18 findings, because we just had that audit the other month. But I want to let you know that's already been corrected. So I've already submitted all those documents, and that was purely on my fault. I thought we were able to submit it through Google Doc. I didn't. They have their own documentation uploading process that anyway, that was my fault. But it's corrected now. So next month you won't see that, or next time you look at it, you won't see that on there. So each of us have a section to talk about. So without further ado, I'm going to go over to Ms. Rodriguez so she can talk to you about our first couple of slides.
Hi. So in the beginning, it has our EOC data, and last year was our first year where our data were essentially where we had a full year. We opened in the year that COVID hit, so this is our first full year returning in person. So yes, this data, take it for how it is and how it looks. Majority of our students are not proficient. But it's just this is our baseline now. We know, okay, this is our year that we've done our first year of testing, and now we know how to improve. Our data also reflects an A-B schedule, and we also had Fridays off. So this is part of our change that we've done this year. So now we are back in school Monday through Friday. We are semester-based, and we've increased the hours and days of instruction. Also, the one positive to note is in reading for the EOC for English 2, we've met growth. So we haven't exceeded growth, but we did hit growth in those areas, as well as EC, the department for math and English. Did I do something?
Division should honestly pay me a supplemental income. I don't know. Let me contact
Well, I don't
Tech.
know if you guys have copies of it, but we're
Yeah.
looking at it electronically.
They have electronically, so if you just want to keep going.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Keep going. I do have a question, but I can wait till you're
Okay. So the one area I want to know is our EC department. 21% of our population is EC. So now taking that into a whole as a number, Union County, their average is 9% this year, EC students. And it's statewide, I think it's 11.8% of students served in a public school across the nation are EC. And if we're looking nationwide, that's 12%. So we about double our EC population. This year alone is 21%, and then we have 14% of students on a 504 plan. So we are serving, and as we're looking at our county in general, we have a large percentage of EC students in our school, which kind of impacts the sense of our numbers and where our growth is at. But just using this data, one of the things that we've done is we've implemented these new strategies to put into place. So we have our MAP growth data, which is the second slide for you guys, just to show our trends. So looking at our kids, the MAP growth we do 3 times a year as a benchmark. And part of that is just to track where our students are at and to track our growth year to year. So everything with the exception of 10th grade English, we're in a better place than where we were last year. And we can see our students who came in last year for 9th grade and assessing them in the beginning of 10th grade, there is some kind of growth. So we see that growth impact in our students. And now that we have this, we're able to do these remediations of skills that we need. We have a Foundations of Math class for the students who I think it was the lowest 20% of the students who performed in a Math 1 EOC, they're now in a Foundations class. So we've made these changes to our curriculum. The other thing that we've done is this intervention block, SDL. So built into every student's schedule is a 35-minute intensive instruction period that we have 35 minutes to work with either a math teacher, an English teacher, or an EC teacher, where we're honing in on those remedial skills that the students need and we're addressing them within that time. It is an ever-changing rotation with our SDL blocks, but allows the teachers to, one, use their informal assessments or formal assessments or observations as to who needs more interventions and who needs more help. For our growth plan, our SIT team has developed a 3-year plan. So we have set goals for 3 years from now, and yes, they're in small increments, but it's also being reasonable as to what can we achieve in 3 years. We have our percentages of where we are now. As of right now, 22% of our students performed last year proficient on the English 2 EOC. We know that 4.5 were proficient between the Math 2 EOCs. So we have our baseline number, but it's just growing in small increments from there. So from there, one of the things that we qualified for this year was a comprehensive plan. So we have to improve our graduation rate. And the benefit of that is we are getting grant money for it. So it's using these funds and these resources that we have to put back into the classroom. So with these funds now, we're looking into the STAR Renaissance. We're looking to SDR, SD writing tools. We utilize IXL just as extra practice in Khan Academy and Common Lit. So we're pulling in these resources to, one, provide students with extra practice and just extra time to learn these skills and just to give our teachers intervention time to make up for these skills that we've lost during COVID, because essentially we were about out for 1.5 years. We also have teacher mentorings, which is a huge thing in our school, where every student has a mentor with a one-on-one teacher. And for our EC students, is one of the things that they strive for, building that relationship with their mentor, one, setting up academically, but setting up career-wise, because we are a CTE high school, which is also why we pull the demographics and student population that we do. These students are getting a hands-on trade. So yes, yes, academics are important, but we also offer that CTE piece, which attracts majority of our kids to come to us. Okay. I'm gonna let Dr. Roscoe for his part.
Did anyone have any questions for Anise? Okay, I don't have my my slide deck in front of me, but I think I remember what I put in there. I think the first thing I put in there to talk about is our facility. I don't think it's any secrets. We know what we've been dealing with the last few years about our facility issue, but I could, okay. So here we go. Okay. So I can say our intent was to have, by now, have a new lease signed, but it's important to know in Union County, sewer is a huge issue. So several of the places we thought we were going to be able to go to, unfortunately, we were not able to overcome the sewer obstacle. However, we do have a place now that I expect to have the lease signed next week, because we've been in negotiations for the last few weeks. And it's actually, although I don't want to give the name away in public here, it is the same location where we currently house our culinary arts program, because current facility we're in now doesn't have any of our trades-based classrooms. So we've had to go to different places in the county for that. So and the reason we're able to do that now, we approached them earlier in the year, but they had an older leadership, and since that time, since September, October, they've had a change of leadership, a new executive leadership, and the new leadership, they're the ones who are allowing us to leasing their facilities. So it's good news, and the best part about it is, aside from the amount of acreage our new facility will have, it is actually aligned with our mission. So for now on, for the first time in our almost 4 years doing this, so we will actually have our automotive bay on site, our culinary arts program on site, our industrial design shop on site. We have an aviation program. They have an aviation maintenance. So now when parents come to see and wonder where's our trades-based classrooms, they'll actually be on site with us. So this is significant, which will also, we anticipate, increasing our enrollment to where we want it to be, because now for the first time, we'll have everything that we need. Then as far as enrollment, once the word got out to our families that we were going to have to move, we anticipated a loss of students, because that's natural. But the amount of loss that we have, we did not anticipate, and it specifically has to do with our ninth grade, because we have consistently had 75 ninth graders every year. This year, once parents learned, so we went from 75 to 50, and that's a natural. I think that that's natural, because when you're starting in ninth grade, as a parent, you want to know that your school has a building 3 or 4 years from now. So I field the questions every week from my parents and family community about where our new location is. So we're going to be excited about announcing that soon. For anyone, as far as our move, I was trying to stay within the 5-mile radius, but although the location we're going to move to is still in Union County, it's about a 15 or 20-minute ride. So it will require, and it'll be outside of the 5-mile radius, so it will require us to do all the approvals, starting with our board, going through you, and the final approval at the State Board of Education. So we realize time is of the essence. But again, we're in a situation we didn't ask for, but we're in a situation we've made the best of and have dealt with, and we have a facility that will work for now and into the future. And we have a significant amount of students that we transport, so transportation will not change. In fact, we have 5 buses, although one bus we have on loan to one of our sister charter schools in Union County that needed some assistance from us, so we loaned them our one of our buses, kind of like paying it forward. When we first got started, Union Academy did that for us, so we paid it forward in that way. And one thing else we've learned about enrollment, and I've learned a big lesson we've learned over these 4 years, a standalone high school clearly is not a very good business model. In retrospect, we probably should have started at middle school. So, but I was always a high school guy. High school is what I understand and know and do. But realized to grow and thrive, we have to grow down. So we added an 8th grade this year. So so eventually, in the next couple of years, will be a 6 through 12, which makes perfect sense, because the mission of our school is career and technical education. Not to belabor you with the research, but all the research shows if you want to grab kids in careers, you have to do them at a young age. So 6 through 12, the middle school is a perfect alignment with what we're doing at the high school anyway. So by the time our 8th graders move into 9th grade, they already have a good idea of what they want to do. So we'll spend less time on exploring careers and more time on actually working on them. So we look forward to building that middle school. As far as our academics, we got our report card grade and our graduation rate. It can be, you can look at it as a negative. I don't. I look at it as a positive. I look at it as a positive. Why? Because the infusion of funds that will come with it. Actually, speaking with James Pop, he's our representative for those funds. And like I said, this is an opportunity that might not have come another way. So getting $192,000 a year for 3 years, there's a lot of things we've wanted to do, that we couldn't because we couldn't afford it, and now we will. For instance, given our mission, in the original charter, we talked about trying to align with the SREB, which you may be familiar with, and their turnaround mission for schools is who we are. I mean, when they look to turn around the schools that are underperforming, they look to turn them into a school like Apprentice Academy. So this is exciting. In fact, I have a meeting in December with a couple of the representatives to talk about our plans moving forward. So now we'll actually be able to tighten up what we're doing. And I mentioned here the schedule, because from a high school, I don't know how many here have been a high school principal before, but if you want to know what a high school principal's thinking, what a high school principal's priorities are, look at their schedule, the master schedule. Our master schedule is built to be successful. A master schedule is built to do the things that we need to do. Our master schedule is built to provide interventions in the middle of the day. Our master schedule is built to have mentoring in the middle of the day. So I have absolutely no doubt, because this is not a D school, these are not D people I work with, and although my students, our mission is clear, it's career and technical education. So, but that doesn't mean they're not capable of going to college if they wanted to. So my students are not D students. They just have to, we just have to take them and get them in the right direction to go. So we are built to do that. So that's why our academics, 1 year does not make a school make. We all know that, and we know what our mission is. We are the state's only CTE-based school, and if imitation is the best form of flattery is imitation, there's a bunch of schools out there trying to do what we want to do that we've been doing for the last four or 5 years. Finally, on financing, we have three. I know some schools haven't turned theirs in yet, but mine's already uploaded our 21-22 audit. So we have 3 consecutive years of clean audits, and because we've also learned over this year, you need a source of funds beyond state and local funds. So we're working with a professional fundraiser. Some of you may know him, a gentleman by the name of Jim Gray. He's helped develop a fundraising plan for us that we know are going forward. And as he points out, one of the things that separate us and make our fundraising unique is all our business partnerships, because we have a lot of business partners that we could tap into for donations that other schools may not have that option. And then the other thing we've noticed, and this came along with Jim Gray's assessment for us, is that even after 4 years, and as much advertising we do, you can never do enough marketing, never do enough advertising. So while there's not a lot of familiarity with us still in Union County, those who know us have an extremely favorable attitude towards Apprentice Academy, and that includes the local county commission, the city of Monroe. It even includes Congressman Bishop, who's one of the local congressmen in the greater Charlotte area. And then one of the things we being a high school, parent, research shows that, the most parent involvement you had is at elementary school. It drops off, unfortunately, as you go to middle school and high school. So we've been struggling over the last few years to build a PTO. This year, we actually have an up and running PTO. In fact, they're meeting tonight, so we're excited about it. So even our parent involvement at the high school level is growing, and that is something we're extremely excited about, and favorable about. And before I turn it over to Ms. Jones, I want to let you know our board chair was going to be here, but we originally thought we were going to brief at 4 o'clock, so he's still driving out, but I texted him that we had to start. So I just wanted to let you know our board chair did intend to be here, but this early start, that's why he's not here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon. I'm really excited to share with you the part of the school that I feel has been very, very successful. At Apprentice Academy, you've talked a little bit more about our mission statement, and simply we want to provide students with career and technology-focused education that prepares them for post-high school success and the academic rigor necessary for college. When students come to us, many times they really don't know what it is they want to do yet, but we're able to offer them different experiences that help them to decide out which career path or paths may be best for them. Once we're able to identify a particular pathway that they're interested in, we then work with several of our business partners to help match them up and help give them some experience. We currently have 62% of our age-appropriate students have been placed in work-based opportunities just over the last 2 years. The response has been overwhelming by our vendors. We have a very healthy group of people that, as Mr. Ross mentioned, supports us in many ways, and a lot of that also involves opportunities for our students. Some of those I'd like to mention that have been very supportive of us is the AIM, which is the Aviation Institute of Maintenance. This provides an opportunity for our students to experience what it's like to actually be a technician for a plane. We have McGee Corporation, who also focuses on industrial maintenance technician and welding. We currently have a pre-apprenticeship program developed at our school level that ties directly in with their apprenticeship. We've actually had one student who has gone from our school, worked through the junior and senior year, and then left and became a full-time employee and currently still works there today. So we're very excited about that. Harris Teeter has been a big component of ours, showing them a lot more about the food industry, customer care, and money handling. Great Clips is a national hair salon franchise which allows them to be exposed to many different areas within the cosmetology profession. 3M, if you know them as a marketing business, they make a multitude of household items, and students are exposed to many different areas of manufacturing at that level. Berry Global is a local company in the Charlotte area, and they primarily make food containers. They also are a manufacturing company and offer another avenue for our students to look at. They themselves also have an apprenticeship program that we've tied into. Montreat College, up in the Asheville area, is working with us. They support us through information pertaining to cybersecurity, so we have that as another avenue for our students to pursue. Precision Plumbing has been one of our best advocates since day one. They've been a main supporter. They also did some work at our school for us, but they've also, several of our students, I can see 3 altogether right now. One started as a junior, went through and worked through his senior year, and he too now is full-time employed with this company, and quite happy at the moment. James River Agricultural Equipment, they talk about sales and service. We have a marketing department called Effective Media Solutions who helps us with that. An HVAC department called Anderson, and also Accurate Staffing, which is a temp agency. But what really is nice about that is if you have a student who's not sure, rather than having to apply to several different places, they can apply with this one company and they can place them in several different choices, sort of a 2-week trial basis of different things that might possibly work for them. Different things that they offer there would be packers, assembly, shipping and receiving, and even some medical positions. All of these industries were featured in our annual event that we had last year called Trade Up Your Career. Each year we produce an event where we bring in local business partners to kind of show their goods and wares to the school and the parents and even some outside people sometime. Last year we had a very successful event that also featured the military, the police, and the fire department. Over 200 people showed up for our event. We were very excited about that. Currently, as a CTE school, we are offering several things in-house, which I'm very excited about. The one I think that has been the most developed and has the most to offer now is our culinary department, which Mr. Ross also mentioned for us. What excites me about that is not only do these students have they graduated with a certificate and are able to go get full gainful employment, they work in a full kitchen. Every day they make lunch every single day for 75 plus people. I mean, this is one semester they're in and they're making lunch. And the people like it. I mean, it's good. So it's a great experience for them to be able to see that job in experience and just, on a hands-on situation. We currently have an automotive department, which offers obviously knowledge based on the automotive industry, and we're able to offer hands-on. We have some different cars available. The students can work on hands-on. We have a very robust cosmetology department. We also have shampoo bowls and stations and things where they can all work. They work on each other. They do mannequins. I mean, they are getting fully involved in the field and working on their crafts. Several of our students have moved on, as I said, from full-time employment after graduation. We do also offer computer science currently and industrial design. And with that, we hope to obviously expand that more as we hopefully can move into a new facility that will be able to accommodate the needs that we have. We want this to grow exponentially, and we're quite certain it will, because we've had a very wonderful opportunity presented to us already and an amazing response, not only from students, parents, but also from our vendors. The one thing that is probably the most exciting thing we have is I think the piece de resistance that we've been searching for. Dr. Ross and myself sought out some ways of exposing our 8th and 9th graders to the career exploration field, and we have invested ourselves time and money into a lab process called Career and College Ready. What's really exciting about this is you can have as many units as you want. We currently have 8, and what happens is students pair up. They work together on each individual project. Some of the projects vary. Currently, what we're offering right now is computer-aided drafting and design. That is a 10-day process. Criminalistics, they get to do forensics, fingerprints, and things like that. Health sciences, they learn how to draw blood, do sutures and things of that sort. Computer graphics and game development. Material processing design. Robotics, the students really love that one. Digital manufacturing. Home maintenance fundamentals. And we hope to add at least 2 more labs in the very, very near future. So as I said, the students work together in teams. Each lab takes about 10 days through a cycle, and each student can do approximately 3 different cycles throughout the semester, so they can get exposed to 3 different things. If they choose to take another semester, then by the end of their year, plus as an 8th grader, they could already have exposure to 6 different pathways. So as an 8th grader, imagine being able to make that decision, having more information than you had before. So many students struggle with that question, what do I want to be when I grow up? What are you going to do when you graduate? Do I need to go to college? Is college right for me? What are my choices? So we definitely feel that we have a lot to offer in this area. And on the slide that you're looking at now, which I assume you all have up, the last one, is some information that, once again, just explores the diversity of our school and the power of our programs. Currently, right now, our culinary program, as I said, has been phenomenal. We placed 14 different students in a pre-apprenticeship last year. 2 went on to take full-time jobs. We placed 2 more additional students in an industrial technician position where they both are still working on those jobs. If you take a look at the culinary profession as a whole, there's roughly 145,000 chefs throughout the United States. Now, demographically, that breaks down to...
Stop you just because
Okay.
we're getting up against time, and I want to make sure there's time for CSAB members to ask questions of you. I don't mean to be rude and cut you off, but we've got to be cognizant of time.
Okay.
Do you have any closing comments you want to make?
No, I leave the time for you guys.
All right. Well, I'll start with the first question. You started the you started the presentation with you felt that you should be a 7-year. You don't meet those criteria, so convince me why you feel that.
Yesterday I was listening in to all of the, well, not all, but most of the briefings, and I guess my opinion, as I was looking at the data they were presenting, I guess especially the 7 and 5 years, I did not see overwhelming data that looked any, I realized the D, but I also know there was a school that was 10 years, I think had 3 Ds in a row, and still got a 10 years. So I guess I'm just comparatively speaking to some of the other schools, I feel we're right up there with the 7. And I even heard some of you guys say that it was hard to distinguish between what's the difference between a 7-year and a 5-year.
So just to be clear,
yeah.
the school you're referring to fell into some statutory language that we don't have the ability to give any kind of. It matters not what our opinion
Right,
is.
sure.
It's
No,
the
yeah,
law.
yeah.
7 years requires academic data that's comparable to the local LEA.
Yes.
For at least 2 of the last 3 years, or exceeded growth 2 of the last 3 years.
True. And based on that, clearly I don't have it.
Yeah,
Right.
and I was just curious. If you would have said I thought we should be 5, I'd be like, ooh, convince me. But you went from like 3 to 7, and I was like,
Right. And
that's a leap.
True, but I also believe if you don't ask, you never get. But I certainly do. I certainly do think I realize there may be specifics that say no, but I think given all that we've dealt with over the years and how consumed myself and Dave knows this as well as anybody, how consumed myself and our board has been with dealing with this facility issue over the last 2 years. We've accomplished this much without my full attention, without the board's full attention on what the school is. So I would say if we had a 5-year renewal with facility behind us, there is absolutely no doubt on what we're able to accomplish. And I think a 3-year, there's just not enough. There's really not enough runway to get things going and what we need to do. So that's why, again, I believe we've earned a 5-year renewal opportunity.
Verity, do you agree with what Mr. Friend just said, that you absolutely do not qualify for a 7?
Yes, I understand that.
Acknowledge that?
Yeah. I acknowledge that. Yeah.
Can you? We've got a few questions.
No, go for it. Yeah, that's fine.
How many board members do you have now?
We have 8.
8.
Yes.
None of them are here.
No, the board
You have
chair,
one en route?
was that?
You have one that's supposed to be on the way?
Well, yeah, yes, because we were supposed to originally, we were told to brief at 4:00. So we were, that was the planning. So that's why he, so when we got started, he was still on the road here.
You mentioned earlier that last year you had AB days and you had Fridays off. What did you do on those Fridays?
Well, it was not Fridays off. So again, it was based on a schedule. We had an AB. We experimented with an AB calendar based on. So what Fridays were remote learning days. So the students were learning. They weren't at home doing nothing. And and on Fridays was a day we were trying to accomplish. In addition to instruction on Fridays was also the mentoring that went on. So over the last couple of years, we've tried many different ways to be able to provide the mentoring, because our instructional program we use Summit Learning. Summit Learning requires a specific amount of hours per week and per month on certain items to include mentoring and Anise mentioned SDL, which stands for self-directed learning. So and we had to build that into our schedule. So that's what last year's was about. So it was not a day off. That was a language error. Yes.
And I'm really not that familiar with your facility, but that's a pretty new building. Why are you moving up?
We're moving up because the long story is because we had issues with the property owner and the developer. There was. It eventually got to the point where we had to get an attorney. There were promises made that weren't delivered. The building was, and I can go on about it. It's a long story, but in the end, our attorney was able to negotiate our way out of it. So the 20-year lease that we had gotten ourselves into expires on June 30th. So our attorney was able to extricate us from that, and. At the end of June, when we leave, we're done with them, and they're done with us. And I can certainly, if anyone offline wants to know exactly what happened, I'd be happy to share. But we got involved in a situation that we shouldn't. I will say, the startup board I had was a great board, but you need people of different skill levels, and the startup board, the board we have today, with the skill sets they have today, we would not have engaged. With the developer that we did. We never would have been involved in this situation had we had a different board at the time. But you learn a lot over 4 years when you're doing things.
Thank you. Any other questions for CSAB members?
Were you part of the Truist Shining Star process this year for charter schools?
We won it. We won the first prize.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So yeah, we won a $5,000 grant. We're very excited about that. Yes.
Okay, thank you for your time this afternoon, and CSAB will be making a recommended vote to the State Board in January.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that wraps up our business today. Ashley, I'll give you one last. Is there anything?
No,
anything from the office?
we just need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion since we're packing up.
Yeah.
A second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Everyone have a good Thanksgiving. We'll see you in December 6th. Is that right?
5th, I think it is.
5th.
Yep, we'll send out an agenda soon.